Aloha, brojas.
Hola.
So here we are.
There you are. Here I am.
Indeed.
We'll handle this.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one.
Welcome to the 420 Lounge.
Nice to be here. Nice to be here. Oh, some of us are still waking up.
Yeah.
Hence the coffee.
In the sandwich.
I heard we got a little bit of a interesting show tonight. Pretty chill, but we did just kind of want to look at some stuff. Something that the government may have released. The UFO files from the Pentagon. I'm going to probably take a look at that.
First. Okie dokie then. I have to load it up. In the meantime, I should have done this already for the intro.
Talk to the check, he snaps, that's facts. Every single claim gets sliced in half. You got takes, he tears through the fluff. Darth drops arguments clean and tough. Darth in the ring, he swings, no cap, no cap. Point by point, watch the logic stack. If you bring heat, better bring it enough. Darth makes solid arguments, call that rough and tough. To the check, he snaps, that's facts, that's facts. Single claim gets sliced in half. You got takes, he tears through the fluff. Darth drops arguments clean and tough. Darth in the ring, he swings, no cap. Hey, point by point, watch the logic stack. If you bring heat, better bring it enough. Darth makes solid arguments, call that rough and tough. To the check, he snaps, that's facts. Every single claim gets sliced in half. You got takes, he tears through the fluff. Darth drops arguments clean and tough.
Shout out trailer for the song. Dope ass song.
Absolutely. This is still a debate channel. I know that we've been doing some chill panels and doing stuff, but this is still, at the end of the day, a debate channel. So if anybody does want to debate us on anything at any given time while we are live streaming, feel free to pop on up and we'll get going.
For sure. Also, do you believe in aliens, Trevor? I mean, trailer?
I do believe in aliens. I specific.
Cannabis?
I do.
Well, it is the 420 Lounge, and I dare to get it loaded. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, you know which one I gotta play.
What are you about to do? I'm about to roll up.
You rolling another one?
Yeah.
Oh. Why?
Hmm?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Oh. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Nigga, you about to cry?
No. I mean, I'm
Oh,
already
hell no.
high. How much higher are you trying to get?
This boy high.
Yeah, take me home.
Let's go.
All right, we believe in cannabis and we believe in aliens. Or at least I want to believe. You believe. I want to believe.
You don't believe?
I want to. I just haven't seen compelling evidence yet.
Do you believe in Pangea?
I know about Pangea.
Oh, I guess we're turning this into a mukbang, huh? No, so I was actually asking my grandma about this, as we saw on the news a couple days ago that some new UFO files had gotten released and everything. Well, I was talking to my grandma and I was asking her the same question, like, you believe in aliens? She said, well, let me tell you a story and then I'll give you my answer. I'm like, okay, way to be super cryptic on that. But she was telling me she was on her way home from work one night. She was a server. This is when she was, I don't know, 30s, early 30s. She had all of her kids and everything, and they were all still, fairly little. Well, she had just met my grandfather, not too long, few years before that. So they're pretty still-ish fresh. Well, she was driving home one night, and this is in Southern California. She was driving home one night from work, and she was in like one of the country roads. Like she had taken like one of the back roads, so it was like up on one of the mountains up there, mountains, air quotes. But she was up there, and she was starting to like come down off of it. She was like passing over it, coming down off of it, and so she's in like these like slightly windy roads, and there's trees and stuff all around. Well, she comes to like this spot in the road, and like she like had a weird feeling, whatever, and she like was like, so it was like trees and then like a little bit of a clearing, and like she was coming up to the clearing, and a big bright light just all of a sudden, just right above her, just boom, just shone. And so she, like right on top of all of her car and everything, she had no visibility. All she could see was the bright light, but she could see that it was coming from above the car. And so she just kind of paused there, had no idea what to do, anything like that, and just paused. And she like got the nerve to like lean forward to try to look up through the windshield. And she was in like a station wagon, so she had plenty of room, but she was like looking up into it, and she was like trying to see what the hell was going on, right? Because she didn't know, like the light wasn't moving, there was nothing. And then so she's like kind of like pretty much froze besides just that little movement, right? And she's dead stopped in the middle of the road, and she like went to like try to figure something out, and then all of a sudden the spotlight just went whoop, and just took off and just flew off, and it was gone, but she like could see it go away. And she said ever since then she's been a believer. But it terrified her so much that she went like directly home and talked to her husband, which is my grandpa, and she asked him, like right then and there, she like didn't even tell him the story yet. It was just like, I I need you to adopt the kids, like all of my aunts, or my, all my aunts and stuff, asked them to adopt them, like just right then, like, I need you to do this in case something happens. Like, I need them to all be together so they don't go off somewhere, Um, but it terrified her, it absolutely terrified her. And I personally had my own story where I was going, and this is a cross country trip where we were coming from Washington to Oklahoma. I've done this so many times, but the direction we were heading was to go see some family in Oklahoma and then go on after that. But um so I want to say this is probably in Kansas area.
That tracks.
No, this is the time that we went actually up to the northern route, so through the Dakotas and then down. So we were in, I think, South Dakota, and we were driving down, like, there was this weird area where there was like nothing, right? Just nothing besides trees on either side of the road. The road was completely straight, like completely straight. Like, you could not see a turn or a side road, left or right, either direction, for like an hour. Like, it was just straight forwards and backwards. And we're driving and we're starting to get a little nervous, right? Because we've been driving for quite a while, and we hadn't stopped for gas, so the gas was getting down to like a tenth of a tank, and we started to get nervous because we just flat out hadn't passed another gas station for quite some time. And it was really scary, and just based off of that. But we were driving, and I'm in the back. I'm still a kid. I'm probably 10, 11. And I'm like looking behind us because I kept getting just this like weird feeling. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, I'm like playing Game Boy and shit, and trying to have like a flashlight because I'm playing a Game Boy Color.
Yeah, back
No
when you had to have
backlight.
a source of light.
Yeah,
There wasn't one in this screen.
yeah, no backlight. So I'm like trying to like flashlight this thing, and so like eventually I get to the point where I'm like, okay, Game Boy's down. I'm like, we're all kind of in a little bit of freak out mode, and we're sitting there like listening to music, just on the radio. We weren't listening to anything on the CD player at the time, but we were listening to the radio going down, and then all of a sudden the radio just cuts out, gone, like not fuzz, and like mom was like turning the channel, just nothing, and she was like hitting different radio stations, like, what the hell, just nothing. She just couldn't get anything. Started using the little scroll. So during that time, when the radio went out, it went out for probably five minutes. So it was like a good, you know, good little bit of time there. She was sitting there like looking around and I had no idea. Was like squinting at something, and just like squinting at something. And I'm sitting there in the back and I'm like, what are you looking at? And she's just started driving a little faster and then like slowed down all of a sudden. Like didn't we were probably going 60 down this road and slowed down probably to what I would guess now as an adult was about 35, 40, you know, and we passed this like figure standing on the side of the road. It was extremely white and it looked like a naked human, but there was nothing, no genitalia, no anything, and it was extremely skinny, but like the arms and the legs were like a little too long, just like a little uncanny valley. And it didn't have like a face. It had eyes, but no like distinguishable anything. 'Cause but it was so weird. And then like we were like approaching it because like we saw it, like we could see, I mean, plenty far down this road, and it just kind of just appeared like right there. And we were going and like saw this, slowed down, and then when we got close enough to it to kind of get a visual of what it was, my mom just punched it, just absolutely punched it, and just took off down the road. And then the radio started freaking out like it was like but like a spirit box kind of where it was like scanning, and there was like random words that you could hear from it like scanning. And then she's just still flying, and we probably get, I don't know, we're
Can
probably
I pause
flying
you
for
real quick?
like a minute.
You didn't put the StreamYard link in.
Yeah, I have not.
I don't remember how to do it. That's why I'm telling you, because Suda's over here like, StreamYard, anyone? I like that he's calling you out, though, for rambling in a story, because that's like exactly what he does.
Yeah, that's what I do. Well, fucking,
No, that's what
I
Suda
get high.
does.
I get high. Okay. And then when I get high, I
I'm
repeat
not talking
myself.
shit, though. Suda is cool. I'm just saying.
No, I like pseudo, but
Are you able to pin it, or do I have to do that?
you have to do that.
Okay. Continue.
Anywho, that was pretty much the end of the story. Was I was flying down, and mom punched it. The radio started to freak out, and then it like came back on. After it came back on, um, stuff around us started to look normal again, and then we found a gas station, and this is at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like we're getting there. We were trying to get to the next hotel that we had reserved for the night. Is why we were trying to get there that late. So yeah, it was that was crazy, and I mean, I'm gonna never forget that feeling. It's the only time I've ever felt that feeling of just like impending doom. I don't know how else to describe
Good
that.
times. Um, Mine's not alien related, but like what I can relate to as far as that feeling is like when I lived in Panama, uh, as a kid, obviously, uh, I was always like, I would have been probably 10 at the time. There was like a thing under the window of my bedroom where like the AC had to be lifted up off that, and then you climb onto the shed, and
Mhm.
my window was there. And since I was always afraid of the dark, my mom would let me leave the light on, and like I guess at the time, I haven't really thought about this, but I was laying on my back, which is weird because I can't sleep that way now. Uh, but I had that feeling of impending doom where, like,
Oh, I gotta pause you for a second, sir.
oh, well, intro. You got to do the intro.
We'll handle this.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one.
Pseudo.
Did I miss an alien story?
Well, we're starting with personal alien stories, and then we're gonna move over to the looking at some of the videos from the Pentagon's website today.
I
which
I
had that-
probably missed
the-
90% of your alien story.
Mine?
Yeah. Trial
What
sorry. I'm
Oh,
seeing
I was
like
just
little
gonna say,
fucking
it kind of ended
flower
with like
petals
the.
everywhere. I can't. I'm having a hard time.
No, you're all good. It kind of ended with like the feeling of like impending doom and like the unexplainable, like just that weird. Like, I think it's a frequency thing. But for me, like the story I was saying, it was weird. I felt like I was being looked at, and then I looked at my window, and there was literally like in the blinds, like somebody looking back at me.
I could
And
barely hear you.
Yeah,
Charlotte
I can
Thrash,
barely
say
hear you.
something. I can hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I can't hear Darth.
It's Darth.
Yeah.
Mm,
I got a good one, but I don't want to interrupt your shit, so you can
no, you
go
can go ahead.
finish.
Is that better?
That's much
Are you
better.
sure? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sure.
All right.
It's all chill
So
here,
this
Pseudo.
could have been a dream, right? But I got in my mind I got pretty good qualifiers to say that it wasn't. I was about 10 years old, and I suffer from what they call sleep paralysis, but like when it started happening to me, oh, my sinuses are all fucked up. I would like experience weird shit. I'd hear like voices, and they say like that's all common. I'd see like shadows,
Mm-hmm.
and this one night it was weird because I had just laid down in my bed, and as far as I remember, I wasn't even really asleep yet. And I seen this like little blue light the size of like a softball go across my wall, and it stopped in front of these gay ass pictures that my parents had up in my little kids room of like sailboats and shit. It
Mm-hmm.
just stopped there for a second, and the next thing you know, I was like all paralyzed. I couldn't move, and I don't remember what happened. I don't remember if I went to sleep. Next thing I wake up, and my the bathroom on our second floor was right next to my room. So if mom would go in there and like run a bath, it was like real loud. You could hear the water running like real clear and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and I could hear it. And I know it was her going in there. She used to have a habit of like mumbling to herself. All I remember is I hear that, and But when I got into my room before I got in my bed, it was close to like a full moon, and the way like my windows were, there's like one side where like you could see like the light from the moon shining on my walls in this one corner. Okay. When mom got in the bathtub, I heard my mom get in the bathtub, and I woke up after this like sleep paralysis thing. It was almost my whole room was like kind of lit up by the moonlight. And I wake up and I seen this, it looked like a garbage bag. And my parents, it was called St. Peter and Paul's Church. And they were always handing me like, well, we're donating clothes, so I'm cleaning out your closet. I'm like, no, don't take that. Don't take this. And they'd take all my clothes and they put them in a bag, and they'd have me tell me like, oh, grab all this stuff, put it in a bag, and leave it by your door in the corner of my room. And I thought that's what I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear the bathtub go on. Bro, I'm seriously tripping balls right now. So I'm fucking rambling. Please excuse me. So I think I'm looking at this garbage bag.
You're telling the
And
story good. I think you're
all
doing
of a
good.
sudden, um, like I get paralyzed again, and I see like what looks like a face, and it had nothing, like no eyes or nothing. It was like an almond shaped thing. It looked like I had a hood on it. And all of a sudden, I
Like a
heard like these
mannequin with a
weird.
hood,
What's that?
like a mannequin kind of with a hood, like with the face.
Sort of, yeah. But I could see like the skin look like I could see. It looked like it was kind of like translucent, like it was real thin, like an old person that was about to die.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just like froze, and all I heard, like I remember hearing what it was like in my head was like these electronic noises, like there was electrical pulses going through my brain. I couldn't move. I couldn't fucking do nothing. And I seen this thing put two arms down in front of me, like it was gonna crawl towards me. And that was the last thing I remember happened. And I woke up the next day, and it took me like, I don't know, I might have been up and about for about an hour, and then I remembered it. And I remember thinking like it was a dream. And I asked my mom, I said, did you take a bath last night? And she's like, yeah, I took a bath last night. And I was like, do you remember when? She's like, well, I put you to bed, and then I went and took a bath. So I'm thinking about that. I was like, okay, that's pretty odd. And the whole thing with like the way the moonlight would like light up my room and everything. It was pretty fucking creepy, man. And like ever since then, when I'd have like issues with like sleep paralysis, it kind of like freaked me out. And if you want to hear one weirder, that kind of like, I forgot about this whole thing. When I moved from New York to Pennsylvania, like I always had sleep paralysis issues. Like it might have been, sometimes it'd be like twice in a week, then it wouldn't happen for a month. It was like random. But when I moved from New York to Pennsylvania, I did not have it for at least a year, and all of a sudden it started happening again. So like I started thinking in my head, I'm like, are these things like following me or like tracking me or something? It took a while for them to find me again. And it was just really fucking weird. Really fucking weird. Like I said, I mean, could have been a dream, you know? Like I don't have a way to prove it's not. But it was pretty creepy.
You're muted.
That actually reminded me of something that happened. Like it was in my childhood. I never attributed it necessarily to aliens. Um, Weirdly enough, this is also when I lived in Panama. Um, this was the time where my mom was a single mom, and so we had a babysitter, like for me and my sister. at this time, I would have been 6, maybe. Uh, but I had a babysitter, and like the babysitter put me to bed, and then all of a sudden, she just found me naked, and I have no memory of it. And like, she was obviously like, "What the hell is this little kid doing naked?" And we searched the house all over. Well, the house, the military housing, and couldn't find him. Eventually, which I, again, what I find weird about this is that I had no memory of this. Like, I had to be told about this. Like, I remember a lot of things around that time, and I remember the night, like, waking up terrified and all that. We ended up finding my clothes, or PJs, if you will, in the toilet. So I don't know if that was sleepwalking or like some weird mind control shit, but like where I lived in Panama, like there's some crazy
It's weird to
shit
only do
going
it
on there.
once if it was sleepwalking, though.
No,
Like
I've
it
slept walked.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's kind of odd. Wait. So you did sleepwalk before other times? Is that what you said?
After. But that, I mean,
You guys ever hear of the boomerang? Um,
I'm not.
Boomerang or triangle shape. It was like two different places it was seen. Pretty much shaped like a boomerang. It was a UFO. It was around like the New York area, Hudson Valley, and then it was one in like Arizona, and they were basically like the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
Real famous. It was like, I mean,
Yeah, I'm remembering this a little bit. Yeah.
tons of videos, news reports. That thing was like pretty close to, I want to say, over our house. Um, I don't know, it was in the 80s, and you didn't hear any sound at all. It was just before it wasn't completely
One.
dark out. Me and my
What?
mom saw this thing.
Let me
And
pause you for a second there, Pseudo, and we'll pick back up. We got a new
yeah,
guest coming on.
We'll handle this.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one.
Fucking sweet one. Welcome, Kieran.
How you going, fellas?
Welcome to the show.
This is the tinfoil hat edition, right? Is that correct?
This is correct. This is correct.
Indeed.
Luckily,
You
I
got
just
any
happened to.
anecdotals?
Well, before we get into that, I just want to let you know I'm selling kits to make these tinfoil hats. So for the low price of $24.99, I'll send you a roll of quality tinfoil and an Allen key. And
Send the link to trailer. He'll pin it in the chat.
yeah, there'll be some instructions written in Chinese as well, with diagrams from some other thing.
so is it basically a box of Reynolds and a funnel?
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. But trust me, they've been tried and proven. I've tested it extensively. I'm okay. Trust me. It's all good.
I believe you're okay.
I'm glad we have some. we
You know,
we
it's-
have an
you know, it's
expert on the
funny.
panel.
I never even told my parents. I never even told my parents that story. I told like one of my closest friends
Mm-hmm.
that story, and he was convinced like you know, like he's like there's something wrong going on in your brain. He's like you should go, you should get checked out. He's like maybe you have a brain tumor. And it was
Well,
like,
this is why you need the tinfoil hat, right? To block those incoming signals.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. And people
Uh,
ask me, I don't mean to interrupt. People ask me why it's got an antenna. They think it's for receiving. It's not. It's for transmitting. So it's defensive, and it's also I can transmit. Right, I'm on forward
Also offensive.
oh,
forward
yeah.
defense, offense, not offensive. Well, I'm also
It's
offensive, but
offense.
you know,
Offense is the
And
best defense.
and
if you get in the
offense
middle,
is the
you can
best
just
defense. Yeah, yeah. You have to escalate to de-escalate.
Oh wow, I haven't done fucking mushrooms in so long. Forgot how fucking great they are.
I've
wait.
never
So
done
are
them.
you actually tripping right now?
Oh yeah, they're on their way.
Oh, I thought you
They're
were just joking about that.
no, they're on their way. They're on their way down. It's like calming down. Um, what the fuck are you doing, cat? Um, yeah.
Well, it fits with the 420 lounge too. I mean, yeah.
Well, I figure like it's a 420 lounge, so like what's the fucking difference? Shrooms,
Exactly.
fucking. I
They go hand in
I
hand. Well, one in
I
one
don't
hand, one in the other.
yeah I don't do much. Once in a while, I mean, I grew pounds of them.
We ain't
I
judging.
got them sitting everywhere. I give them away to people. People like, can I buy them? I'm like, no, I'm not selling them because that's illegal. I was like, but I'll give you some. I do it all the time, but I rarely take them. And today it was, I don't know. I just felt like taking some. I took a small dose, and I guess because I haven't done them in so long, or
I have a question on
actually
that.
they were small ones, so they were really strong.
So you did it on a whim.
I did it on a whim, but I had kind of been thinking about it
See, I have a
recently.
theory about that. So I think part of the whole, and Shane Gillis talks about this, and I think Matt McGusker too. But deciding that you're gonna trip, regardless of how long it is before you actually do it, unless you're like, you know, that's part of the experience because you're planning in your brain, and then like the mushrooms, like when you're on it, they're talking to you and telling you things, but it's where all
Well,
the pieces start to go together,
when
like
when I
to
do them, I plan. I go. I have like a list in my head.
mm-hmm,
Okay, and it's
yep,
not really a list. It's basically one question.
mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
what
That's why I asked the
what
question. Yep.
what do I want to get out of this experience?
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's not about getting high. It's not about how amazing like putting on my old Led Zeppelin records sound. Um, although that's a bonus. It's more about what do I want to gain from this experience? How am I going to improve my life? To me, it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's like a reset. You know what I mean? I just
Well,
went
in
through a bunch of
perspective, right?
bullshit. Yeah, and everybody sees it in a different way,
Oh, for sure.
but I think it's something that needs to be respected because I hear a lot of people say shit like, "Oh, it's not like acid. You can't have a bad trip off mushrooms."
Oh,
And that's
fuck that.
fucking bullshit. I've seen people lose their fucking shit on mushrooms. Many a times. Many a times. Taking a hero dose,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, these are a cross between PE Penis Envy 6 and Jedi Mindfuck.
Nice.
They're really strong. Like the visuals are great, and like the body buzz from them is almost like MDMA. It's
Ooh,
intense.
so
Like
do you do the whole thing, or because I've done it where like I just eat them whole, or I'll eat just caps or just stems, because like with just stems, it's like not visual for me. It's just like I get waves of crazy body eyes and just super happy. But if I do
That's
just
actually not
caps,
true though. So stems in so in like the in this okay, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. So basically, I've had do you know where the borts are? If you're growing
no, I've
mushrooms,
not heard of that one.
they call them aborts. So they never grow to a full size mushroom. They might be a half-inch tall with a stem, stem and a cap that doesn't open. Well, PE strain rarely
Mhm.
opens. Like I've only gotten in 15 years of growing them, I've only gotten maybe a dozen caps that opened enough and fully matured to give me a spore print.
Okay, I
Um,
sort of know what you're talking about on that.
but so you get aborts, right? So basically, they grow to like literally a half-inch tall, and you just got to pick them. You'll see they start to mush out. Those are like the strongest um, by weight. Like they're ridiculously strong. But so psilocybin travels through the stem up to the cap. So most of the time, the smaller mushrooms, the stems are going to be stronger than the caps. With the bigger mushrooms, the larger specimens, the
Yeah, that
caps
makes
are going to be
sense.
stronger than the stems.
That totally makes
Um,
sense, because the ones I'm talking about had like stems like this fucking long, and the caps were like, I think
Tiny
they're
at the end.
yeah,
it
they're
also depends
called
on
something.
it also depends on the strain. I mean, they say a cube is a cube. A cubensis is a cubensis. The only, which is pretty much true, except for like PE. PE is a mutant strain technically.
Hmm.
Supposedly, it was Terrence McKenna that came up with it.
Okay,
Oh,
I know what you're
hang
But
talking
on
about.
1 second.
PE
We'll handle this.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one.
What the?
Hello, Mrs. Markin.
What
Hello,
the?
guys.
I've seen you from time to time, but I don't think I've
Thanks
officially
for
met
having
you.
me out.
Oh,
that
for
2.4
sure.
Absolutely. Glad to have you.
Thought I'd just play along. Husband
Did
and
I
wife
Oh,
approve?
thing.
it looks
Hang on,
amazing.
hang
Both
on,
deluded.
hang on, wife. Did I approve of this appearance?
You did so.
Yeah, I kind of did. Hey! I'm trying to be an alpha. I'm trying to be an alpha man. Okay.
All right, well, it is the obligatory hit time,
Oh,
which means I
yeah.
have to do 2 memes.
It also means you've got to go off screen while you hit it.
Nah, this is 420 friendly. We're all good. But here's the second one.
What are you about to do?
I'm about to roll up.
You rolling another one?
Yeah.
Oh. Why?
Hmm.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Oh. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Nigga, you about to cry?
No. I mean, I'm
Oh,
already
hell no.
high. How much higher are you trying to get?
This boy high.
Yeah, take me home.
Let's go.
I feel so bad for him. He's
So
like,
do I.
why?
Been there though. Been
Yep.
there. Actually, with Darth. Darth was the guy you can't see talking, and I'm sitting there like that, like, why?
It's like, well, you
Well,
need
my
to
only
find
experience with drugs, and look, I've come to the conclusion that I'm not even lying. Life is enough of a trip for me. that I don't need. I don't need to double down. I'm not even lying. I don't see things the way other people. Like, I'll give you a really small example. Like, it's kind of benign, but it'll illustrate it. Most people who walk through a car park from their car to the shopping centre, they notice certain things. I seem to notice different things. So most people will say, "Oh, did you see that car that went past?" I'll go, "Actually, no, I didn't." And they go, "What did you see?" And I said, "Oh, I saw that bug that was over there, or I saw the mark on the post on the fence was slightly off, perfectly vertical, shit like this." So it's already enough of a trip. And when I was a teenager, 13, 14, I was hanging with a bunch of blokes, and they were right into it and into pot. And I had a couple of goes, smoked way too much, and either spent the entire afternoon paranoid, like completely fucking paranoid. I was seeing federal agents in the park on their walkie-talkies. Right. I'm not.
Hold on. That's a different
sober?
joke.
Fucking
Well,
kidding.
It
And
is,
then
isn't it?
Well,
Maybe it was
sober?
laced, darling. It might have
That's
been
not
laced
weed.
with
That's a
something.
totally different joke.
then we all went up to the what we call the penny parlor, where you play the video games. This is back in 1984 or 83.
Okay.
Where you go and you put in 20
the
cents
penny
and you
arcades.
play the games. And to use the toilet, you had to get a key on a key ring off the owner and go in and then give the key back. I go into the dunny, put the key in my pocket. I forgot about it. I'm still high as fuck and paranoid. And I'm playing a game. I get a tap on the shoulder and turn around, and the owner's standing there. I thought it was the cops. Right. I think not even actually plain clothes. I thought it was fucking like, I'm not joking, like federal agents. So over the course of the next sort of 15 years into my early 20s, like every now and then I tried it again. I had a couple of friends here and there, so I tried it. Always just either greened out. Generally at that point, I'm just green out and just wait
From
for it
what,
to wear.
weed? From weed?
From weed, yeah. The only
weed freaks me out.
The only good experience I had was once when a friend had some hash oil, and you put it on the foil. Like, I felt like a heroin addict. You put it on the foil and you heat it, and then just consume the few. That was a nice high. I went for a walk down by the river. I was looking at the stars. That one I remember as being quite pleasant. But after every other time, I just said, you know what? And then the idea of psychedelics just freaks me the fuck out.
See, well, weed for me is like, okay, so weed for me, it hits me like, since I quit 25 years ago or whatever, give or take. Anytime I tried it since then, it gives me this anxiety, right?
Yep.
Now, when I take something like mushrooms, it gives me that anxiety. But that's like the first hour and 15 minutes. And I know there's this peak that comes afterwards where I can just let myself go, and I get beyond that, and I can just let it take over. It's like it's a different level. I'm not saying like that's for everybody. I get it. For some people, it's not.
I can tell you, at least, I mean, it's anecdotal, which,
right.
I mean, just from my experience, I have shit pulled up for the science of this later if we get there. But it is very much a tolerance thing where, like, it is very much when you quit. And then, like, you have an endocannabinoid, like, system in your body. It's very much like your nervous system. It's
part of your natural chemistry.
Mm-hmm. And when you've, like, quit for a while,
and
then you try it again, it overloads. And
actually,
there's
speaking
also
of
a lot of other things involved, but yeah.
Speaking of the tolerance, I had another experience when I was working this job, and there was a guy there. He was an interesting cat. He was from Indonesia, and he used to be a dealer over there in the real hard stuff. and like real hard stuff. And someone actually, you know, expired in his apartment at one point. And he come to Australia and he changed his ways. He left that whole scene behind and kind of rebuilt himself, but he was still smoking a lot of weed. I went to his house one day after work. We sat at the table and he's having a joint and he goes, "Do you want a drag?" And I said, "Yeah, go on then, I'll have a go." And he pointed at it and he goes, "Be careful, that's strong." Now, for him to say that, I should have fucking known. Right? So I took 2 drags.
Yep. Been tricked by that one before.
Next thing you know, I'm in the backyard on my hands and knees like a fucking animal, fucking chucking me guts up. And after I turned myself inside out, I'm just leaning against a tree. You know, when you vomited so hard, it's like you've had a massage. You're just fucking completely relaxed.
Yeah.
And I'm leaned against the tree, and the mottled sunlight was coming through the leaves of the trees. And his girlfriend just arrived home, and she come walking across the garden in a summer dress. And I thought, she said, "Are you okay?" And she stroked my head, and she goes, "Are you greening out?" And I thought to myself, "Are you an angel?"
See, that's why they describe it as euphoric too, because there is that moment when like you were sure you were gonna die, and then it's like there's that moment where you're like, nope.
You
See,
pass
that's
that threshold, just like throwing up.
like
You pass
weird.
that threshold, and then you have that like bliss for a minute where everything's calm, and you're like,
That's
try to come back.
Weird to me about mushrooms. It's like, so I know once I get past that point and it hits me, and once I get that like body rolling where I'm just like, oh, and it's like I've gotten to the point. I get to the point on where I'm just sitting there, and it takes me 15 minutes to realize I'm sitting there by myself or with my friends, and I'm just rolling back and forth, and I'm saying, "Love, love, 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 love." And I'm like, "Grab my best, oh, I love you." We
So
don't do that. For me.
Do you
with
do them
weed,
by
that kind of
yourself?
What's that?
Do you do them by yourself? Because like for me with shrooms, like I have to have at least one person that
No,
we
I'll
eat the
tell you
same
what.
dose at the same time. That way I know we're on the same page.
I used to be like that, okay? And so how this whole thing started, like I said, I've been sober, like I'm telling you, not a drink or a smoke or any weed, nothing for like over 20 years. And I started growing them just as a hobby. I was growing lion's mane mushrooms. I was growing morels in my backyard, and I just happened to be really good at it. And I had no plans to take it them. I figured, you know what? I want to try microdosing because I heard interesting things about it, you know? And what happened was, over the course of 5 years, I lost my only brother. My kid's mom died, and I lost both parents. And when I lost my mom, who was probably the closest person to me, it was during the whole COVID bullshit. We couldn't have a funeral. Couldn't go see her in the hospital. And it left something unsettled with me. And I was watching some kind of documentary about psychedelics, and it was talking about how it helps people process shit. And I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe this will help me, you know? And I took a couple of grams, and I remember sitting there, and it's going to sound crazy, but I was holding the urn with my mom's ashes in my arms, and it was like I was there with her. I don't know how else to explain it. And it was like the most spiritual, happy experience, and it was like it gave me closure.
Yeah,
I got it served a purpose to me. You know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely.
And then it was, you know, it was a while before I did them again. I take them with my friends, like a couple friends. Like we'd sit by the fire, light a bonfire, run the smoker, grill some ribs. And some people think this is crazy, but like I'll tear through some good food on them. I don't know what it is, like, you know. Um, and I'll make some of the most amazing food. Like my one friend, he has a house down in South Carolina. He goes to like these cook-offs. Like you could see in the audience, he's in a couple of them. You know, that show Pitmasters on TV where they do like the
Mhm.
cook-off.
Yeah.
At the end, well, they have the judges all cook off some ribs and stuff, and I'll try them. And he was up at my old house, and he was like, "These are the best ribs I ever tasted." He's like, "I don't know if it's because of the shrooms." I was like, "I don't know if it's because I cooked them better because I was under like on the shrooms. Like I don't know. Like just got a lot of enjoyment out of it, and then just like putting a blanket out in my driveway under a pillow because like my old house, there was no street lights around. We're in the middle of the country. You could see the Milky Way, and I just lay down with my daughter
Yes.
and like look at the stars. And she wasn't on them, but like I
Would you
wasn't
say
gonna. I
it's
never.
like? Would you say it's like a perspective changer, pseudo?
Oh
In a
yeah,
way,
yeah, but I think there's
I wouldn't
something
even
like
say it
spirit.
perspective changing. It's just like realizing that
I think
perception's a
there's
thing,
something
and that.
spiritual about it. I remember
Mhm.
staring at a bunch of ants cutting up leaves and carrying them one time and looking at these ants, and I was like, holy shit. It's like I was looking at aliens from another planet. I
Mhm.
found a giant millipede that was like 6 inches long on a log in my back, like in the back of my house, like
Mhm.
walking through the woods with a flashlight. And I was just watching this thing, and it's just like the simplest things become like amazing, you know.
I'm
But
sorry,
it
pseudo, but it'll be funny. But you said aliens. You
I
said
hate this
aliens,
so
so
much.
we're
Pseudo,
supposed to
can I
be
ask you a
talking about
question?
aliens.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but I
No,
heard
good.
Pseudo mention lion's mane. I I think it's an Australian made product, but got onto like a tincture of
yeah,
lion's mane. I just put a couple of drops in my cup of tea of a morning. It's obviously watered down and everything like that, but I find it just opens up my mind, and I'm just really level headed for the day. And I
oh
know
yeah,
if I've forgotten to take it, it doesn't give me any, psychedelic effects or anything, but it just clears everything.
yeah, yeah. Lion's
Yeah.
mane's good. Lion's mane's good. Turkey tail's good also.
I also
But is
have
lion's
eaten turkey
mane,
tail.
is that also a psychedelic? So you also
No,
take the mushroom for a psychedelic, or is that
Mm-mm.
purely
nope.
for different effects?
No,
Yeah, they're
yeah,
different effects.
yeah. It's not psychedelic. Um, but like there's a bunch of different just regular quote regular non psychedelic mushrooms that improve brain function from
Hmm.
the micronutrients in them in a lot of different ways. Um, yeah, there's a lot of benefits as far as like nutrients for your body. There really isn't many because it's they're mostly water, but I'm not an expert on that part of things. But yeah, there are some gummies that you can take, you can buy. Um, there's one my daughter takes. She gets them off Amazon, and it has some other stuff besides mushrooms in it. There's lion's mane, there's turkey tail, there's um
Yeah, and I think
chaga.
lion's mane is more for like brain function, and turkey
Yeah,
tail is more for like gut biome.
Yeah.
But also, you don't have to look it up by mushrooms. I think you can call it mycelium because there are like mycelium things, which is like, I correct me if I'm wrong, pseudo, but like spore-ish version.
Yeah, well, mycelium is really not a whole lot different. Like mycelium is going to have the same compounds that the fruiting body, the actual mushroom, has. Just usually in a less to a lesser extent. Um,
And I do believe that's what a lot of pharmaceuticals are derived from, and they don't want
yeah,
us to know that.
some of them are. Like mycelium is it's the stage. Consider the spore, the seed. The mycelium is like is consider it like a root network.
Yeah, like the seedling, kind of, if we were going to compare it to cannabis,
Yeah,
since this is the 420 lounge.
yeah. So like
Shameless plug.
if you were to grow, so if you were to take psychedelic mushroom spores, like psilocybin mushroom spores, um, it's a little raindrop is enough to grow like a ton of mushrooms. Um, that contains nothing psychoactive, but psilocybin mushrooms, they almost all of them, depending on the content, they when you squeeze them, they'll bruise blue as they dry out. They bruise blue. Mycelium will do the same thing. It'll if it dries out or gets damaged, it'll bruise blue. So usually mycelium has the same compounds as the. So basically, the way it works is when um, when you grow any kind of mushroom, what happens is when mycelium, it's forget an artificial environment like you're growing them in a plastic bin. In the outside world, the natural world, what happens is you get rain cycles, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
you get 3 days of rain. That'll cause the mycelium to grow. Then it'll hit a temperature stage or a couple days, few days, enough time without rain, and as a defense mechanism, to save its life, it'll grow that mushroom, that fruiting body, as a defense mechanism to in order to survive. Because once it grows that mushroom's gonna grow a cap. It's gonna open up. It's gonna produce more spores. Once it drops those spores are gonna grow more mycelium, and it keeps the cycle growing. That's how it works. It's really a fascinating substance.
Another one I take is same kind of people that do them. I don't know if this is a blend that they make up or whether it's an actual mushroom, but it's cordyceps. Is that the name of an
Yeah.
actual mushroom or
Yep. Yeah.
it is?
Cordyceps are
I think that's a stage as well,
no
isn't it?
cordyceps are there's many different strains of cordyceps. So what's that show? I think it was a video
Uh,
game first where
yeah,
the court.
fuck.
So
Why can't I think of that?
cordyceps are crazy. So what cordyceps mushrooms do is
Used in a lot of research for a lot of
they
things.
will they will actually cordyceps cordyceps mushrooms, the mycelium will actually take over a living organism like an insect, and it'll mummify them, and then out of their dead body an actual mushroom will grow.
That
Jesus.
is insane.
It is
Well,
insane. A lot of
so
health benefits though.
I totally agree. I think mushrooms are amazing. I take them at different periods in my life, like mainly, I guess, when I'm going through a hard time, and I take them and they like pull me out of the hard time. And
You must have a strong will then, because a lot of people that have issues with that.
Well,
You got to
so
have a
like I
strong
was,
mind where you could tell yourself, okay, this isn't real. It's a movie, basically. You know what I mean? Like it's not real. It's temporary.
mhm.
There's a lot of people when they have issues like, oh, let's say they have a bunch of unpaid bills or behind like problems with their family.
Oh yeah,
Usually,
you
it's when
mean
you don't
well,
want it.
so kind of like that whole
Stitch up.
fucking like the 30 minutes like after you eat them. See, that's kind of what I was talking about the planning before we're like part of the trip. I think it was Pete Holmes that was talking about this. But like when you decide you're gonna eat mushrooms and it's gonna be a week from now, uh that's part of it because like you're setting your brain up in a weird way. And
Yeah,
then
yeah, I have to
there
have an
is
acceptance period, right? Where
mhm.
like if I'm
Yeah, you
like if
should.
I find myself to have free time and I'm like where it just kind of just comes out of nowhere like, "Oh, hey, I have some free time." Like nothing going on the next 2 days.
Oh, I made the free time.
So like
Like
the
I
next
planned that
day,
shit out.
I would plan it for the next day and be like, "Okay, get everything you need to get done by this time, and then
Yep.
you're good,
Mhm.
and then you got nothing going on. Like I'll go to the store, I'll make sure I've got plenty of water, some like Gatorade, stuff like
Shut your
that,
phone off.
yeah, exactly, and then stuff to like recoup the next day, so that way it's already right there, ready to go.
So what are you actually doing on the days that you take the shrooms? Like what do you, are you just sitting around? Are you like what's the I guess I always saw them as something, like a party drug. So if if you're by yourself and you're sitting doing them, what's
Um, for me, originally, I always looked into anything I was trying the first time. I had the luxury of the internet when I was doing this. Uh, and yeah, pretty much for me, I planned it out as far as shrooms. Um, and the first time
Me
I wanted
personally,
it, it
like
was everybody at the
um,
same time, doors locked, nobody's going anywhere, just because we didn't know what would happen.
so you just
It was
hanging out?
like me
fantastic.
personally, I think you shouldn't look at it as a party drug. You should look at it
Yeah,
So
as like
I would agree with
I
that.
want to expand my mind. Like there's something that you should pick something that you want to get out of it.
Yeah, right.
Maybe something in your life that you want to improve. Like, why do I procrastinate? Why do I do X, Y, or Z? Um, First time you're doing it, you really should. Well, first of all, figure out the strain that you're taking. That's really important because you have some strains where a gram of dried fungus is
Hmm.
like a half decent dose. Then you have strains where like a gram for your first time could be a lot. But generally a gram is like safe. But you usually want to have a close friend um around you, particularly somebody that's done it before and has experience in it. But once you're experienced in it, and I've done a lot of trips, if you want to get something out of it, the best way to experience um, the benefits is a completely dark room.
It's two?
Okay. Don't try and do a hero dose and push it too far. Pick your favorite music, have it all ready to go. Because sometimes it's hard to even figure out how to work a freaking cell phone. Um, and just lay down, have your stereo playing or some headphones on, and just lay down on a bed in a dark room and just like the visuals. Just kind of like you gotta just go with it. You gotta just let it take you. Like don't fight it.
How long does the effect last?
Oof, that's a tricky one for me.
Um,
Can
four to
I
six.
start, Siba?
Generally 4 to generally So the peak,
No, I was gonna say 4 to 6 too.
the peak is going to be about 2 to 3 hours. Overall, it's 4 to 6 hours. Now there are some strains where I've had it last completely for about 8 hours, and the peak was about 4 hours.
Do you
But
start
for
to
the
freak
most
out
part,
because
most
it's
cubensis strains with the,
sorry? Do you start to freak out because you're like,
what's
man,
that?
this should be wearing off now, and it's not wearing off? Does that freak you out? Because it's going longer than what you thought it would.
You're kind of like breaking up a little bit.
Well,
Sorry.
I think that's on your end, Pseudo. What she was asking was like, does it ever get to a point where you want it to stop and you start freaking out? And I'll answer that. Yes. I went to a concert one time because I take ADHD meds or I was at the time. I went to a concert and I'd forgotten them for the day, and that's like a really big no-no because of what ADHD meds are. And so like I was not having a good time, and my buddy was like, hey, I've got these gummies, you want some? And so I was like, yeah. So we split a bag. Didn't read the warning label or anything or any of the dosage, nothing. And so we were going, and we get about a few hours into it, and all of a sudden, like, everything just became entirely way too overwhelming. And I couldn't look at anybody in the face. Like, I had to stare at the ground. Like, I was completely just freaking out. And
Yeah, right.
in my head, I know nobody's really paying attention to me, right? But at the same time, I it just felt like everybody's eyes were on me, and like I was getting dizzy and started feeling sick, and a lot of that was probably my nerves.
Yeah.
But yeah, just I remember, and then I like told him, I'm like, I gotta go, I gotta go, man, we gotta go. We drove together. He paid for the tickets.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think it was my mic. Concerts or any event around a bunch of people, even if you're really experienced, yeah, like psychedelics, like
That was too
mushrooms,
much.
acid.
That was too much. Well,
Yeah.
so I also didn't get to the part where I didn't read the dosage. I don't know if you heard that, Pseudo. I didn't read the dosage.
Yeah, he called me freaking out.
What was
He's
it? Like a
I
candy
sent
took-
me
bar
a
or something?
picture of the fucking
took-
label.
I took 4. Well, I had to send him a picture because I couldn't read the label, right? Because I'm still tripping at this point. I'm like, I can't read this. I need you to read this for me. And he tells me it's each gummy was. I took 4 gummies. Each gummy
Fuck.
was 3.5 grams. I didn't know that. So
Do you know what strain they were or no? It just
no idea. I didn't ask questions because at that point I was really wanting to just go to this concert, and I missed my ADHD meds. So I was looking for something to try to help. And I know that, mushrooms, I've had taken shrooms before. So like I already know the feeling of speeding, and I was like, yeah, that should probably balance me out. I should be fine. 4 was too many.
there is a way to kill. There is a way to basically kill all the negative effects of a trip. But
Juice.
no, you take. This is I
There's a prompt though, Pseudo.
gonna give this advice. But,
There's a prompt.
don't take this as sound medical advice. If you take Xanax or any kind of benzo like Tizolam, Klonopin,
Nope.
it will very much
Nope. Pills
cancel.
is bad.
What's that?
I see
Pills
where
is
you're. I
bad.
see where you're coming from. That, yeah.
I know what
can
you
see
mean,
that.
but pills is bad.
If you're having a bad experience, or take a bunch of kava, which is natural, that'll help. But see, here's the tricky thing about shrooms. Start small, but here's the mistake people make. It's better to have not quite as strong of an experience as maybe you expected than to do too much. But here's basically how it works. You got an hour and a half. Okay, give or take an hour and a half. And what I mean by that is, let's say you take a gram or 2 grams, and an hour later you decide, okay, I don't think it's enough. That's usually a good point where you can tell. Now it's tricky because sometimes it can take an hour and a half for them to peak, or 2 hours. But once an hour and a half hits, you get to a point where they become way less effective.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
So, like,
can we move it along now, Suda?
Yeah, go ahead.
Best
What's the
unknown
best
munchie
yeah.
combo. I like chips, or I guess over there you'd call them crisps.
No, we call them chips. You call them crisps.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
Yeah, we're
with
from the
chocolate.
United States.
Yeah, the English call them crisps, love.
Oh, okay. I mean, like cold, like potato chips.
Yeah.
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 Potato chips. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, with chocolate together.
Ooh, that's good.
That's
salty
actually
and sweet.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
For that.
I have this thing where I don't know if I'm sharing too much, but I don't like to smoke if I'm not drinking.
Okay.
Those are complimentary. I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't. If I just smoke by itself, I get quite paranoid and quite anxious. But if I'm having a wine, which I'm doing now, and smoking, then it just kind of it feels like it's evening me out a bit.
Yeah, you're
we
like
have an
taking
American
the edge
term
off
for
of that.
What's
We
that?
have an American term, crossfade. You like the crossfade.
Crossfade.
Yeah, because you're taking one and you're mixing it, and so what you're achieving is that
it sounds almost
is
almost
where
like
you want to live.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds almost like taking an upper and a downer at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And
so I can't. I don't drink without smoking now, or smoke without drinking. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a crossfader.
It's funny. I had a friend, a pretty experienced smoker, who he had a theory. In his opinion, there were people who were smokers and there were people who were drinkers. He said for some people, pot does the job, or weed, whatever the kids call it these days, and or bud or whatever. And he said some people, seem to green seems to be their thing, and for some people, alcohol seems to be their thing. Yeah. I found over the years that green was not my thing. I've got other stories. I won't go into them, but just taking one drag of some.
Totally can go into them.
Well,
this is story.
I gotta be used to it. That's the thing, and I don't want to get used to it because then it becomes a habit and it costs money.
Well, all this was back in the day. God, I would have been 20. I'd have been 20. So back in about 2000.
1927.
No, 2000. A friend of mine, or a guy I knew, used to have these things on a Sunday afternoon. He'd have like a poetry reading, and we all thought that we were kind of bohemians and hippies and shit. He lived in a share house in Melbourne, which was a long way from where I lived, which was out in the suburbs. It was about an hour's drive to get there. And I drove out there, and the idea was everybody brings along a poetry book, and you put it in the coffee table, and one by one, people will pick up a random book, and read a poem. It was like a swingers party for nerds, right? So,
no
sex. I'm about to leave. I've been there a couple of hours. I'm about to leave, and then this joint comes around, and someone handed it to me, and I thought, yeah, I'll just take one drag before I hit the road. And I wasn't a smoker, really. Just I took one drag. Fucking get in the car. and about halfway home, I would have sworn somebody had grabbed me around the forehead and pulled me back into my seat and grabbed me around the waist and held. And I'm sitting there in the car going, "What the fuck is going on?" So I'm heading down what was known as Beach Road, and came up to a traffic light. Classic story. I come up to a green traffic light and I stopped. And I'm sitting there watching it, and it turned red, and I went, "Oh fuck, I missed it." Right.
Yeah.
I was
Is the
wondering if you guys
420 lounge thing really changing colors, or is that just me?
Is
Yeah,
it
it's
what?
really changing colors.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Is that
No,
what
you
you'd
should have said.
call you got? Sorry, darling.
Holy shit.
You guys were talking before. I think one of the prompts was, "Have you ever had a, like a weirded out experience on green?" Is that what that would kind of be? Like, I've had a couple of those where I think it depends on what it is, if it's hydro or if it's natural or
Well, I can
yeah.
explain. Like, I have tripped on cannabis before, and both times I ended up finding out later what the science behind it is. It's edibles. And so when weed was illegal and people were just making edibles willy-nilly,
Yeah.
so it's fat soluble, right? So they melt it with butter, do that, and then they use that butter to make a thing. Specifically in my experience with Rice Krispie treats, somehow the THC doesn't necessarily go through the butter evenly.
Right.
And my buddy who grew weed and made me Rice Krispie treats was like, "Hey man, be careful with these. Like, you could eat one and nothing will happen. You could eat another one and you'll see the devil." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, bro." Uh-huh. Was I mean,
So you had
smoked a lot
3.
of weed.
That happened
Yeah,
to
well,
me.
yeah, I ate one and I was like, fucking nothing happened. And I even heard him say in my head, I heard him say, "Don't eat another one or you'll see the devil."
See,
And I was
with
like,
me, it's just
well, fuck
abstinence.
it.
With me, it's just abstinence from it.
So I ate
Like,
another one. It didn't go well.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a really horrendous story tied to it. I could say it without names, I guess. So, like, I also was, like, in the throes of alcoholism at the time. So I hadn't eaten in 3 days, and I did that half hammered, and I had a couple friends over, one of which was another friend's girlfriend. And I threw up everywhere, had to be dragged onto my bed to where I was seeing fractals. Like, I was tripping my nuts off.
yeah,
Wow.
I
So,
saw
but
the
I
devil.
believe it. I've had it happen.
So
I drove
like the
2
thing
hours
about
with weed.
the
And I couldn't make it home. It was
the
just
thing
Some
the
other whack
weed.
shit happened, but
yeah.
yeah.
so it's not like people adding something to it, or like, with Coke or whatever
No,
else.
so
So
the
the
science
science
behind
behind,
that.
hold on. The science is between, so when you smoke weed, right? That's THC delta 9, THCA delta 9, but the A is acid form. So when you apply fire to it, it decarboxylates it into THC where your lungs can absorb it. When you eat it, it has to be decarboxylized, so that heat transfer has to happen before you can eat it. So anybody that ate a bag of weed and claimed to be high is full of shit.
Yeah,
Right.
it doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing. I mean, you might get some of the CBD out of it, but yeah, nothing crazy. When you ingest the decarboxylized THC delta 9, your liver processes it instead of your lungs. And when your liver processes it, it turns it into delta 11, which is why it lasts so much longer, but is also why it takes so much longer to kick in. Because your liver's processing it as opposed to that instant inhalation.
I've tripped off smoking it too, though. Like, I went, and it's
Yeah, me
abstinence
too.
that causes it. So
Mhm.
I
I
had
mean, there is. Yeah.
I'd quit for about 3.
It's
I want to
usually
say it's a long time ago. Probably like 3 months. I drove an hour and a half. And this kid, I didn't know him that well. He's like, my brother's grown. He grows super skunk. And I was like, your brother don't grow fucking super skunk. Like everything this kid told me, he was always full of shit. Like if he told me he had killer weed, I drove there and it was just like garbage, you know. He's like, no, my brother's going super skunk. I'm like, how much does he want for it? And he said like 50 and 8 or something. I was like, all right. I was like, I'm driving there. I was like, if this shit ain't what you say it is, I was like, you owe me. So I drove. It was out to like Lansdale, Pennsylvania, and I get there, and this guy had a legit setup with like CO2 going into the grow room, and like it was hydro. He knew what he was doing. I was like, wow. I'm like, okay. I was like, well, are you gonna cut me a deal if I grab an ounce of it? He's like, yeah, I'll give you an ounce for fucking 300 or something like that. So I rolled a joint.
interestingly, that's Illinois prices.
So it was killer. I rolled a joint. I took like 3 hits off of it, right? When I got there, the older brother asked me if I wanted a beer. I think I had like 2 beers, like I think it was like Coors Light or something like that. Like I barely even felt the beer. I took like 2 or 3 hits off a joint. I was like starting to feel it. But I was like, all right, I'm okay. I was like, listen, I'm gonna get my car now and I'm gonna freaking drive home. Right, which is back to freaking Staten Island.
Mhm.
I quit because I got put on probation. I'm driving back. I get about 25, 30 minutes into my drive, and I can't feel my foot on the accelerator pedal.
I've been there.
There's a car behind me, and I was convinced 110% it was a cop. It was a police SUV, and the guy. It just happened to be somebody like right in my ass, and I'm like, I was so paranoid. I couldn't drive straight. I lost control and pretty much went off the road, and the car went by me. And I was like, holy shit. Don't ask me how I made it home, but when I made it home, I went to the bathroom. I felt like I had to throw up. I looked in the mirror and I saw a neon green outline around like my whole top half of my body. And I was like straight up tripping off of it. But it went away fast. Like with edibles, I've had bad experiences with edibles. Like Dart saying, like, oh my God, where it lasts so long, like 4, 5, 6 hours. Where I make my own edibles from like I used to do like peanut butter blobs.
Mhm.
And I'd always wind up eating too many. And there was a time I couldn't make it to work in the morning. I took it at like 10 o'clock. And I was like, and I didn't, this is long before, all the research was out there.
Right.
And I made the thing, I put like a half gram into it or something like that. And I ate it. And I was like, an hour later, I was like, man, I don't feel shit. So I ate another one. And I'm sitting down on my couch watching TV. And all of a sudden, I was like, oh my God. Like I couldn't feel my body. I was like completely floating. And that went to like the trembling, shaking feeling. But again, I wasn't using it regularly. Like to me, like it all comes down to abstinence from it. Like once I get used to it, it's a lot easier to handle. It's kind of hard for it to throw me for a loop. I mean, it could still happen, but I don't know. Like it just I could lose my job because of it. If I get hurt at work, I get piss tested. Like it's not worth it
Right.
to me. So I just, and at the same
Right.
time, I know I got to get used to it for it to work, where it actually relaxes you.
To get the right results. Yeah. where you're not
Yeah,
having
and
a panic attack or you're too high to enjoy it. You're just trying to
exactly,
survive.
exactly. Then it becomes a habit and it costs money. So it's just like I just can't do it. It's not worth my job. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Hmm.
But yeah, it can we can it ain't like shrooms. But it's yeah, I've experienced the psychedelic effects of weed before.
No, we like to me, when I've hallucinated off of cannabis, it has always been like a weird altered reality dream state type thing. When I'm tripping off of shrooms,
Totally different.
it's it's extremely lucid, like
Yeah.
completely the opposite end of the spectrum
Yeah.
on that, where it's like I am in taking in way too much information.
Yeah. The I don't know if you ever tried PE strain.
No, I
PE
haven't.
PE oh my god. PE strain, or there are these ones that grow. I'd imagine if they're in the Northeast, they're basically everywhere that has the right temperatures for them. It's called psilocybin avoida statia. It's they call them ovoids, okay, and they are just as strong as the azaresin strain that grow in sandy beach areas, which were known as like the strongest mushrooms ever that grow out west. It's like a relative of those, and they grow in floodplains, so it'll be like up to 50, 60, 70, 100 feet from a river
Hmm.
where it's a muck that you can't walk through, and
Hmm.
they grow off rotted wood underneath that. And PE is not quite as strong as that, but it's pretty close. But with like PE, if you look at your cell phone, you could basically see every pixel on your cell phone, and it turns into like a perfect little flower. It's like some hippie shit.
Yeah, yeah, I
It,
know what
it,
you're talking about. Like a
it's so cool.
what do they call those? Mancalos? No, that's a game.
It's you'll
I don't.
also get
I don't.
you'll
I don't.
also get the fractals. You'll also get the fractals, which are more like the triangle shapes, but
I
that's
like the
usually
tracers.
what's that?
I said my favorite part about it is the tracers.
Oh yeah, you'll get tracers. But to me, my favorite thing was always looking up at the stars, but finding a spot where I could like just lay down in the grass, and I'm looking up at the stars, and I'm looking through like trees overhead, and it becomes like a canopy.
Hmm.
And the dominant colors are always with any psychedelics, like whether it's LSD, whether it's DMT, whether it's shrooms, or I've done San Pedro, I've done peyote, I've basically done them all. Blue and at nighttime, blue and pink are the dominant colors.
Hmm.
During the daytime, green, um, greens and pinks like take over like everything. Like you could look at just a concrete sidewalk and you'll see like 5,000 different colors. It's like it's freaking crazy. The visuals always really fascinated me, and I'd always like laugh at the stuff that I've seen. Like, did you ever see the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
I have not.
It's a true story. It's Hunter S. Thompson, a journalist. Um, he goes to Las Vegas. They take all these drugs. They take mescaline, and he's like a drug addict can be prepared for many things, but nothing can prepare me to seeing my dead grandmother crawling on my leg with a knife in her teeth. And like I always laughed at, I always laughed at that so hard.
We got to bring this around to the aliens. I've been waiting for the aliens.
Oh, we can go
I've
back.
got
We can go
the
back to
aliens
the aliens.
on tap.
I can't go shrooms and aliens because then like I don't know if it's, nothing's real when you're on shrooms. But go ahead, we can go back into aliens. I already gave my
Yeah, I actually wanted to get some input from Mr. and Mrs. Markin on this, if they have any personal alien stories.
Not really. I don't. Kizza might. He's just gone to the bathroom, but no, I don't think I do.
Yeah, I don't know if you I don't know if you saw, but the Pentagon released a bunch of UFO files. There's a few that are the website is not labeled very well, I'll put it that way, but some of there's been a probably about 10 out of all of those that people are really honing in on, and it's quite interesting. We'll see what we come up with. We're just going to kind of browse and see what.
going to the Nordics at all. Back to Eisenhower, when supposedly Eisenhower, I believe it was Eisenhower, actually met with them. The aliens were supposedly concerned that we discovered how to split the atom.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what is all in there. I've browsed a little bit. There's been a lot of speculation on our local news and some of our bigger news channels as well. And they've shown some of the videos and stuff too. But yeah, I know that there's physical documents that they have scanned in, where, obviously it's the government, parts of them have been redacted, but then there's videos, there's just pictures and all sorts of stuff. So we were just going to kind of go perusing through there and see if there was anything interesting we could find or talk about.
See, I believe it, but I haven't delved enough into it to. Do you think that there are aliens as well, and that they look like how they show them on, I guess,
Here's
on
my theory.
documentaries and things? Like,
I think they do. I think some of them do. I think there's also some that there's a documentary called Unacknowledged. It's on Netflix, and they go into these aliens called the Nordics that are very tall, very fair skinned, have blonde hair, very light blue eyes that look like people from like Scandinavian places, and that can almost blend in with society. So like I could see them also like living on Earth too, and we wouldn't even.
so where do they actually live if they're up in the sky? Do they live on planets? Like,
Yeah,
I
delve
say the
much.
oceans,
Yeah.
personally. I think
So
they're in the
Oceans.
oceans.
So yeah,
You
like
don't
if they
see them as
were
being up in the sky.
if they were here, right, the ocean would be a good place for them to have like a base set up or multiple bases, because then they could still view us without us being able to reach them, right? It's very hard for us to get to places in the ocean.
So can they breathe underwater, or are they in like submarines?
No, they're probably in their spaceships or whatever, but
Well,
Their
octopi.
spaceships are.
my theory about all this, about like what they look like and stuff like that, is that the media, right, has been feeding us information and desensitizing us. So eventually, when we did find out that there were aliens, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, okay.
Because why would the government hide aliens other than to, not create mass panic or have this be like a real big thing, and then everybody's like, oh, aliens exist, the world's ending, and then everybody just chaos, right?
It'd be extreme chaos.
So
I
they've
could
been
imagine.
like spoon feeding us a little bit here, a little bit there, but to me, that's like why there's been so many that are like each other instead of being really out of the box,
Crop circles.
I don't know about crop circles. I don't know if I believe crop circles are a
You know,
thing.
you know who Bob Lazar is? Charlotte Thrash. I'm sure you do. I hope you do.
A wee bit, yeah.
Yeah, Bob Lazar is legit. The fact that the government denied that he ever worked at a base on Area 51 in the first place proves to me that he's telling the truth. When it was proved, you know, they found the phone book from the base with his name on it. He was on the cover of a newspaper driving around in his jet powered Honda Civic. Um, the Bob Lazar, it's called S4, the S4 documentary. It's unbelievable. Um,
Yeah,
it's,
I
it's
just looked up a picture of him just to try to put a face to a name. Yes, I remember him. This is also a dude that looks like the things that he's describing, and I'm not trash talking, but he looks like he's got some insider knowledge.
yeah. Well, the most interesting thing about him is, so he talked about this element back in the 1980s, and it's public record that he came out talking about this element that had something to do with how these crafts were powered, and it was called he called it element 115. And at the time, there was no element 115. So they're like, yo, he's making all this up. Well, guess what? In 2006, they added to the periodic table of elements element 115. It's called moscovium.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty. It's there's some pretty crazy stuff going on there. Yeah, but I'm curious to see the latest stuff they released because it comes from the government. You know, I'm always going to be skeptical.
Well, that's what this stream is about. Is
Yeah.
we're here to take a look see, and we can come to our own conclusion.
Let's check
People
it out.
question my sexuality because they think that I'm gay because I'm with a trans woman because yes, she originally was a man.
Gay!
Ridiculous, sir. You are ridiculous.
I know, you do see that I'm messaging you that it won't let me change the fucking background, right?
Well, that's another interesting thing. Trans, right?
No.
You look at these. No, listen.
No.
You look at these aliens, right?
No.
You look at these aliens.
What are you about to do?
I'm about to roll up.
You rolling another one?
Yeah.
Oh. Why? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Oh. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Nigga, you about to cry?
No. I mean, I'm
Oh,
already
yeah.
high. How much higher are you trying to get?
This boy high.
Yeah, take me home.
Let's go.
Sorry, Pseudo, but I'm not trying to have that conversation on here.
Why?
I think you were.
420.
Do you know you were
you
before, boys? You were
anywhere
asking
else.
if that last clip was real or set up. I just noticed the ring light in the guy's eyes. He's got a beauty light in front of him, so it makes me wonder if it's actually a setup because he has got proper lighting prepared. If you look in his eyes, you'll
when
see a
I'm lighting
reflection.
the dots with the
Yeah,
little dots.
with the
Yeah.
little halo. Yeah.
Yeah.
It very well could be, but even if he was acting, that is a very real situation.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. Yeah.
All right, we're trying to figure something out. It's not letting me scroll through like my panel.
What I'm saying with the
Says-
Transformers, with the whole Transformers thing, it's just not. It's not really related, but like, a lot of people. There are a lot of people that have been like, seem to have legitimate claims, like the biracial couple. I can't think of their names in like the 1940s, and the lady drew a map of what we didn't even know existed at the time. It was like another galaxy, right? She drew a map of it, but they were saying that like the aliens didn't have any genitals. Like it's crazy fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not having it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fence it. I sit more on the way that they're real, but I haven't done any research or really looked into it. But
Well, if you think about it, people think about like, well, how would they get here from a million light years away? Like whatever. We're thinking of we're thinking of things in what we know in our dimension, in like our dimensional way of thinking. So maybe they have a way of travel where it's just like boom,
Yeah, you just
like
kind of put a
not
put a
necessarily time travel, but like
like
we real like
coordinates in. You put coordinates in, and then you just hit a button, and you just go boop. I'm there.
yep,
they're so much more advanced than humans.
yeah.
Found it.
Well, here's
There we
my
Yeah,
go.
and
theory.
and we're
This is
slowly
more
getting there, I
alien vibe.
guess. You know.
Here's my theory. I think that they certainly gave knowledge to another civilization at some point that was here long before we as far as we think humans were here. They gave some kind of knowledge, and that's why people built the pyramids. I don't think it was the Egyptians that built the pyramids. I think the aliens gave some other human civilization some kind of knowledge, and I think it could have been, let's say, 100 million years ago. We could have had humans on this earth. They were wiped out, left no evidence, and that we could have been here 50, 100 times over and have been wiped out.
So we're living in a
That's-
dream.
What if Jesus was an alien?
Jesus was an alien. God.
So Charles said he couldn't remember if it was the Mayans or the Aztecs, but one of them had a map of the Antarctic landmass, and that's obviously been covered in ice for over 10,000 years. I think,
Yeah.
like, I did hear about that and saw like a documentary on that. I think it was on National Geographic. Way back when they did cool stuff like that.
Well, can't you screen share
We had
these
we had
things?
submarines go in and explore that area right around the same time as like right around World War Two, and Hitler was definitely had interest in that area too, like something under
Yeah,
the ice.
yeah,
Crazy shit.
his regime looked into that quite a bit, which is pretty interesting. They looked into some weird stuff while they were in power.
Yep. The government knows something. I just don't
Yeah,
necessarily believe they're going to tell us the truth now. I'd say it's more of a distraction. You know what I mean? If they're like
you know,
whatever they're throwing at us, I'd say yeah, there's a possibility some of it could be true, but I
and
think
more than likely it is, right? Like more than likely it is probably a distraction. But I
yeah,
like I saw somebody on the news. It was, I don't know, some scientist talking. He was saying, I don't care if it's a distraction, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
know that it is, so I can set that part of it aside
Hmm.
and still focus on the rest of everything
yeah,
that's like currently happening and going on. But
yeah.
it never will not be a distraction when the information is presented to us, right? So bring it on.
I
Anytime
have
that you can give us information and you can, give us a packet and say, here you go, digest this,
yeah.
bring it on. I want to hear about it.
Well, I have a friend. I've known him since I was 5 years old, 6 years old. Um, he's getting ready to retire. He's a U.S. paratrooper, and he has friends that are in the Air Force and Navy. There's a ton of credible people that have seen things flying around while they were flying planes that definitely were way light years beyond our capability. Like the Tic Tac video, stuff like that. Like even beyond that, you know, reports of things shooting out of the ocean straight up into the air and just boom, just gone, just like that.
Yeah, it's so very interesting. I mean, the story at the beginning of the stream that I was telling, that's what kind of made me a believer, right? Was I couldn't explain that. I've talked to so many people about that since then. Could not.
I
Everybody,
tell people,
I
go look
told
for
the story
yourself.
way better, when I was telling it to them. But
I tell people, go look for yourself. Um, like I said, like where I live, it's very clear. My old house, I was way in the woods. Like you could see the Milky Way. And we'd go outside sometimes and just look up at the night sky. Like the stars look like you could reach out and grab them. And you can lay down and stare up at the sky, and it might take 5-10 minutes for your eyes to adjust. And on almost any given night, you will see way higher than anything could fly, any of our planes could fly. You'd see little lights in the sky, and they're not satellites, because satellites don't move that way. You can see little dots. One, then there's two, then there's three, then there's five, then there's eight. Changing direction like at the like they could stop on a dime and just change direction, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't see them anymore. Then they'd reappear, and there was one particular night where it was my daughter and my ex fiance. We were out there watching these things for about 20 minutes, and we were just like blown away. My daughter's like, "Oh, get the telescope." I was like, "There's no way you're gonna be able to see them with a telescope. It's too like, you're only looking at a small area." So I was like, "Let me go get the binoculars." Came out with the binoculars, and they were already gone. Like by the time my eyes readjusted and I looked through binoculars, like they were gone. Satellites do not travel like that.
none that
But
I've seen.
people don't just like don't look up enough. Like you spend the time. It has to be really clear. You got to you got to be away from the city lights, and you'll see stuff up there. They're not shooting stars or meteorites. I've seen those before. I see those all the time. I've seen them just about hit the earth. I know what they look like. I don't know. There's definitely something. You have to be. I look at it like you have to be crazy to think. Okay, you look up there, that goes on for infinity. Like really think about that for a second. Goes on for infinity. What are the odds
Not
that
measurable.
it's what are the odds that it's just us? We're the only intelligent life on this little planet that we live on?
Oh yeah,
Doesn't
and they
even
used to say that they've never found another planet that had perfect conditions like ours to be able to house life, and then
Well, there is one
they started finding
explanation for
them,
that.
and then they started finding them, and we're like, they're, we can't see, but we know that where this is in that solar system, that planet could definitely have some type of life on it.
So you having a hard time bringing up? You can't bring up what you were what we were going to look at. Is that what's going on?
Well, I'm letting conversation happen.
He was trying to change the background. He couldn't. For some reason, it does
What are you
that
talking
sometimes.
about? The background's changed, is it not?
Yeah, I'm saying that that's what the problem was.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it because I didn't or see it here. I didn't hear the latest. I saw something flipping through YouTube
I
like
also don't want to look like through government files and it'd be like boring as fucking shit.
Or if it
'Cause-
is, we can bail.
all right.
What's happening?
go
There.
ahead.
Are you working on that, Darth? Or me?
Yeah.
Okay,
No, I got it.
just making sure.
I love
I
that
think you're gonna
background.
have to tell me what the fuck to click on.
Yeah, as soon as you get it pulled up and we're seeing it, I'll tell you where to go.
Oh, I need another hamburger. I'm just gonna put myself on mute while I cook another hamburger. I'm listening now.
Okay. Apparently that went nuclear. Hello?
Hero seem to be having some
Yeah.
technical
No, that
difficulties.
like crashed the whole shit. I was like, what?
Technical difficulties. It's all conspiracy.
Well, it's probably because we were talking about it.
I'm gonna have to another time look up the name. It's a famous couple. They were an interracial couple. So like they're the last people that would want to go public with like an alien abduction story, you know? It was in like the 1950s or something. And it was pretty crazy. Like she went under the wife went under hypnosis and drew this like diagram of like this other galaxy. It wasn't even discovered yet. It was just pretty crazy.
Can I ask why she went under hypnosis? Was it for some other like what was the reason to be hypnotized?
She went under hypnosis because people like claim she, a bunch of people claim she was full of shit. So she hooked up with some doctor that put her under hypnosis to see if she could remember any details or and she came up with this these details and it's pretty compelling. If you just go Google interracial couple abducted by aliens 1950s, like you'll probably find it like really like pretty quickly. But
Well, we
I
have the
forget.
thing here, so what are we doing with this trailer?
Keep scrolling down.
Oh, you got it.
Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Someone, your microwave meal's ready.
There you go. Okay.
No, that was a timer.
All
Got to
right. So
preheat your pan before you throw a burger on.
here's where they're at. On the right, there should be a. I'm also looking at the page. So it says incident date, location. To the right of incident location, there should be a type, and you can click on that to get to the videos.
Say that again.
You see the tabs at the top, it says incident location. Go to the right of that. There should be files, or what type of file it is. Yeah, there you go. No, don't click on the click on the tab.
Click shit.
Click on the tab, the type. Yep, there you go. Click it again. There you go. Now they're videos. All right, now just go down to like go to the second page. And scroll up. And then you like click on the one where it says Middle East, like the fifth one down. Yeah. See what that one is.
Swear to God, trailer, if you get me killed, this is on you.
This is public information.
It was a joke. Jesus Christ.
All right. Oh, there it is. There's that. See the little orb?
Mm-hmm. You mean
that
the
is
little sperm? That could be a ghost.
Ghost orb. It is moving awfully weird. That's definitely a plane though that's recording that, because it's got the HUD on it.
On my TV so I can see it. Oh shit. Fuck up. Oh, fuck you.
All right, so I have an idea.
Is that from an above ground image? So we're looking down at the images of where houses are and things are. Yeah.
No, that's a plane. That's a plane flying in the air, and it's recording this object flying around. Like it's like either following it.
That's ahead of the plane, basically, right?
Yeah. So do you see how? Do you see the line in the that the horizontal line that's showing you? That's showing you where the.
I see now.
That's showing you where the horizon is, right? The bottom of the ground, so that's level. The
green line is the horizon.
The green line is the horizon, right? The horizontal one that keeps like tilting left and right. It's because the plane is banking left or right.
Yeah, it's showing. It's blocking out. I thought it looked like a video game, but it's blacking out like it's redacting the flight data.
Yeah,
that's what I didn't notice.
Yeah, yeah, it's redacting all of that, so you can't like look at exactly what altitude or anything was at.
Yeah, you know what's funny about most of these things too is from like other reports I've seen is they don't even show up on radar. They have
there's been a lot of things where like the instrument panels will start freaking out, or
No heat signature. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of nothing.
Yep. That's what
All you
Bob
get is
Bob
visual.
Lazar was saying. They had no heat signature. So these devices could do all these things and like just travel at insane speeds, change direction like on the drop of a dime, and they had no heat signature.
So, do you have another one, trailer?
Nothing in particular. I only browsed so far, so just keep just browsing through the videos until we find something really interesting. Probably won't take long. Oh, see, there's another one. That's a stationary camera on something, though. Oh, we got 2 lights on that one. That looks like maybe a plane, because you can see sort of like a chemtrail behind it.
Yeah, but look at the movement of it though.
Yeah, it is. It isn't. It looks like plane, like headlights on a plane, right? And you look, you can see chemtrail right there.
Enhance.
But like,
But it's
unless
not behaving.
Enhance.
It's not behaving correctly.
yeah,
I won't let me enhance anymore. Because that's the most I can enhance.
that Tic Tac video, Tic Tac. Well, they call it the Tic Tac video. That was one of the craziest ones I ever seen because unless the pilots or the pilot flying the craft that witnessed it and filmed it, and the one he was talking to were like the greatest actors ever. You could tell they're definitely like freaked out over what they're witnessing. You know what I mean? That was a cool one.
All right. Roll a d20. Pick a number. What's your favorite number, Suda? Or not?
He muted himself. Let's do. Let's do. Let's do. Yeah, what is that?
And the way it came into frame was weird.
Yeah. Okay, so hold on, pause it. Do you see how like
So the United States Indo-Pacific Command submitted a report of an unidentified anomalous phenomenon to an all-domain anomaly resolution office AARO, consisting of a 1 minute and 59-second video footage from an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform. In 2023, the reporter did not provide any oral or written description of the observation. So it's actually based on a sensor, right? So then it says the sensor tracks 3 distinct areas of contrast maintaining their positions generally within the center of the frame. The areas of contrast appear to maintain the fixed position and orientation relative to one another. Fuck me. What the hell? I was reading that well.
Japan.
All right, there was this one. The video description is provided for intentional blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so that part doesn't matter.
Department of
Yeah, this
fucking
is
War.
from.
I love it.
So it is sensors, right? And then the anomaly, all domain anomaly resolution office. It's kind of interesting. Indo-Pacific Command submitted.
Like, I'm gonna play
I mean,
devil's
what do you guys
advocate
think?
here.
What do you guys think about that? I think that's actually pretty fucking
Like, yeah,
interesting
but
part
like,
of that.
here's my thing. Like, I'm not saying it is, but like, they could easily just design this, like, create this using computer software and put it out there, just you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Sure. But that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
Yep, that's 100% the thing.
But you guys, when you get a chance, really go on. I forget. I have like a hot box thing. I forget. I think it might be. Is it on Netflix? That Bob Lazar S4 documentary. You should really watch that. They used AI to recreate what he saw, and it's pretty crazy because when he described things to the designers, they were like, "What doesn't make sense?" So he described going into this ship, and it was basically all this like dark, like very black, almost like a satin finish metal,
Mm-hmm.
and it was inside a hangar, and they had extension cords hooked up to lights in there. And he said when he went in there, he still couldn't see anything. It was like very dark. And they were like, that don't make sense. Then when they actually like put everything into the software program,
Yeah.
it worked out they were like, he's right. Like, how could he have known that? They had to increase the light in the imaging software. They took like the wattage and brightness of like these shop lights that they would have used back in 1988 or whatever it was. They had to increase the brightness 20-fold so you could even make out anything. And so basically it was this device that was the power source, where it was this little triangle shaped thing of this metal, which is supposedly element 115, that's Muscovium. And it was in this little thing, and there was it looked like a giant base tube with a pole coming out of it, or a rod coming out of it. And when you spun it, even though it wasn't connected to this little dome that was on a table 6 feet away, it turned it into like a magnetic propulsion force. Like, you know, if you try and put two magnets together,
Mm-hmm.
opposing sides, they push away.
Yeah.
He couldn't even put his hands near this thing. It would like push him away. But they recreated all this stuff. Like, I don't know, you just gotta watch it. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a look. See what's going on there. Let's. I was gonna say let's take a look at the rest of that video.
I want to see this one. So, the Department of submitted unidentified anomalous phenomenon to all the A1 domain anomaly. What the yeah, ARO. Yeah, that's what I read earlier. So yeah, this one. Yeah. Oh shit. All right. I have an opinion on that part.
Feel free to pause and make speculation.
Yeah, it's totally looking at it. It's like the stationary
It
camera,
is
right?
looking at
And
it.
it's like, yeah, and this thing's like going around like what I forget what the sensors in Star Wars are. The black little ones. Uh, but yeah, that totally was fucking figuring it out, and it's like that's a weird field of light. Like it's a very specific, like horizontal thing. You know what I mean? But when it now it's like, oh, I see you. Totally see you. And it's like, and bye bye.
That's so weird. And then it just kind of hung in the air like that. But it didn't get bigger or smaller or anything. It just kind of hung there. Like at the beginning of the video, you could clearly see like it moving, right? Like you could see the travel, and then it just kind of hung out.
Yeah, these videos are real. It makes no sense.
Yeah, if they are. Yeah, if they are.
It's not like anything we could have.
Well, there is the theory that this is the government doing all of this stuff, and they're just not. They're doing test flights of super advanced stuff.
That's like when you look at the whole Bob Lazar thing. Like his whole what his instructions were. We're trying to reverse engineer these things. But that's all the information he was given. They were test flying them over the desert, and so could be that. But you think why would they be filming it if that's what they were if they were trying to hide
I
it? You
mean,
know what I mean?
how many people do you think are actually looking into this?
A lot of people are looking into it.
I don't know. That's kind of like what my favorite thing about it, like X-Files was, where like
Well, and
everybody
you gotta
wants
go
to
into
believe,
like,
but nobody actually looks into it, and like the freedom of information shit. Like nobody's like I wouldn't say nobody. Like that's an absolute right, but not a lot of people are.
well, I mean, they're definitely not going to tell military staff with basic clearance about this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I
Oh,
totally understand
100%.
why they would be catching it and seeing it and be like,
One,
"What the fuck is this?"
that's what's interesting is they're only catching it on infrared. I didn't see it. Did you guys see it?
Okay, I'm back. I had to run to the washroom.
For sure, but I didn't see it.
Well,
Oh, wait.
I couldn't.
Oh, there it is.
Well, this is better. At least we got clouds, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, some like context of the area instead of just sky.
Yeah, it looks like the
Well,
other
this
ones
is
look
in
like
Greece.
a pond.
But
Remember
doesn't that
pond?
look like doesn't that look like a fucking base though? Like here, I'll replay it. But like, if there was like an underwater place with this little fucking, so there it is.
That is super fast.
That's really fast.
That is ridiculously fast.
And then conveniently shaped. That's
Huh.
a wee bit gnarly.
That is so like where
Here, let me read the thing. The United States Central Command submitted a report of an unidentified anomalous phenomenon, bullshit, UFO, to ALL domain anomaly. Still bullshit. They just fucking make shit up.
skip that part. It's the same thing at the beginning
Consisting
every
of
time.
24 seconds of video footage from an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform in 2003. An accompanying mission report, DO-WAP D35, described the WAP as a small and circular flying and near the surface and ocean toward the land. Which I would say, how is that not?
Did you? I'm sorry. Did you say UWAP?
Yeah.
I love
That's
you.
a slang term for Italian.
That's
WAP.
great. It's UAB.
It's in the fucking shit,
It's
you asshole.
UAB. It's an
It's WAP.
acronym. It's not.
Well, the acronym's
Those are different
horseshit to
kinds of
begin with.
aliens. Those are different
Yeah,
kinds
I
of
Sam.
aliens.
am offended as an Italian American.
Oh, you're Italian, Pseudo?
You can't tell.
But I don't give a fuck.
That actually would make a lot of sense.
Talking this whole time.
WAP.
I said WAP, not guap.
Skinny, WAP. Dago. I've heard them all.
This makes sense why you hate the Irish guys so much.
No, I'm part Irish too. My mom's 25% Irish, so. And like I could always just play it off like I was Irish because I'm Northern Italian, so I have light hair and blue eyes anyway. Unless I'm out in the sun all summer, and then it's like, all right, yeah, you're a guinea.
Charles roasted you. That's pretty great. Is he singing Hanson?
Can't say it enough. Well, if you say it too correct, yeah, they'll flag your shit. Apparently.
So there's no audio with any of these?
It doesn't appear to be.
It's nice to hear like the audio.
No, there is
the
audio.
fuck?
There is audio. I don't know if Darth clicked the button to.
It's good to hear like
also
the
include
audio
audio.
with it. Okay, so here now we got some real structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
See,
actual
it's audio.
structures in this one, so this will be
'Cause when you
interesting.
hear them, it does add some credibility. You know, you hear people like, "You see this
By the
thing?
way, they're called
Holy
WAPs.
shit! What the?
You guys can talk shit all you want.
It's a UAP.
WAP.
It's a UAP. It's not a WAP. Did they say UFO or did they say UFO?
UFO. Yeah, I mean exactly though. That's what I'm saying.
I don't give a
well, the funny part is the first time he said it, he said "ooh op."
Yeah. Oh, you're just now realizing that it was a Hanson reference that he made earlier? Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna read this shit first because I need to get better at reading shit on the fly. The United States Central Command submitted a report of an unidentified anomalous phenomenon, also known as a WAP, to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, also known as ARROW, consisting of 6 seconds of video footage from a full-motion
It
video.
looks like we're about to fucking bomb
Camera
Iran.
board.
This
Oh,
video
so
here
this
looks like
this
we're
one's
about to
actually a
watch
video.
fucking Iran get bombed.
Let's go.
Oh, geez, the top of the screen, the top of the video. Did you see that?
I hate when the fucking
Oh,
when the shrooms
whoa.
completely fucking are just gone. Oh.
You're playing it in a pop
Won't let
out.
me do that. Yeah, it won't let me do that. Oh,
There you-
okay. It'll let
there
me
you
do
go.
that.
Yeah, do that every time.
Get out of here. Go fucking lay down. Go
That
lay
is
down.
so weird. Like you could see like a pulsing like energy.
And circular, too.
Yeah. Just want to
Hasn't
go on
nobody told
record for
Jack
those
of Blades
listening.
that we're live?
I just want to go on record and say to everybody right now, I am not crazy. I don't have
I'm
any
in control.
intentions. I don't have any intentions of Epsteining myself. I'm perfectly here. Okay, so if anything happens to me, I didn't do it. Just want that clear.
I don't gotta say anything. I was on drugs, so I was on psychedelic drugs. So they're not gonna come after me. They can just say I was crazy. I didn't know what I was looking at. So what? Kieran and Mrs. Kieran left. They didn't want any parts of this, huh?
No, it wasn't that. They left to go. It's Mother's Day where they're at, so their family just showed up and they're doing Mother's Day stuff, and so they got family
Happy
stuff.
Mother's Day, Mom.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom in heaven.
Same. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Miss you.
Miss both my parents.
I miss your mom too, Trailer.
Yeah, you should tell your mom I said Happy Mother's Day.
I will.
My daughter wishes me a happy Mother's Day and a happy Father's Day. I was basically both parents, so
yeah.
It's not letting me do it anymore.
Do what anymore?
Fuck. It wouldn't let me click on anything.
Refresh the page.
just says Middle East. Middle East.
Yeah, there you go. Seems like stuff's working now. No, hit the type again because now you're just looking at PDFs. So we're here to watch videos right this second.
I'm not a fucking chew toy, and I'm not a fucking scratching post. Leave me the fuck alone. Give me a break. Go lay down.
Chili Control here again. Earlier in the flight, you'll recall at the start of the second revolution, we had a reference to several objects that the crew spotted. This was in the area of Antigua. Due to a mechanical breakdown, we did not have that portion of the tape available for you. This was a line breakdown between Building 30 and our news center in Building 6. Since then, we have dubbed a tape off the master tape here in the control center, and we are now prepared to play it for you. It contains references to sighting not only some particles, but as well as an unidentified object, plus the booster. Here's that tape. We'll play it for you now.
Gemini 7 here, Houston 98.
Loud and clear. 7, go ahead.
Bogey at 10 o'clock high.
This is Houston. Say again, 7.
So we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high.
Roger. Gemini 7, is that the booster or is that an actual sighting?
What?
Say again, 7.
Okay, we have several, looks like the 3 up here, actual sighting.
You have any more information, estimated distance or size?
But we also have the booster in sight.
Understand you also have the booster in sight, Roger.
And we have very, very many, looks like hundreds of little particles going by to the left out about 3 to 4 miles.
What?
Understand you have many small particles going by.
What did he say?
Okay, so let me, I don't know how well y'all heard it, but basically they're up in the atmosphere or up above the atmosphere, and he's saying that they can see the booster, right? So it's not the booster, and NASA and Houston was confirming with the astronaut that is it the booster, or is it or is it an object? And he goes, no, it's an object. And then he says, okay, so can you like see the size or anything? And he's like, well, we can see it, and we can see particle trail coming off of it, like hundreds of particles coming off of it, like as if it was a
like hundreds of little particles going by to the left out about 3 to 4 miles.
So 3 to 4 miles of particles?
That's what he's guessing, based off of his sight. Yeah, he's saying that it's about 3-4 miles behind this object, there's like particles that came off of it, like
behind an unidentified object.
Yeah, like he can see its flight path.
Understand you have many small particles going by on the left. At what distance?
Large, looks like perhaps a vehicle that's disintegrated.
Roger, understand they're about 3 to 4 miles away.
They're past now, they're going to polar orbit.
Roger, and understand they were about 3 to 4 miles away.
Appears like, or further.
Roger. Gemini 7, Houston, were these particles in addition to the booster and the bogey at 10 o'clock high? Roger.
7, this is, Houston, this is 7.
Go ahead.
I have the booster on my side as a brilliant body of the sun against a black background and with billions of particles around it.
Roger, what direction is it from you?
It's about at my 2 o'clock position.
Does that mean it's ahead of you?
It's affirmative. Ahead of us at 2 o'clock, slowly tumbling.
Roger.
Seems like they're pausing to observe.
Oh, Fox 91. Oh, Fox 1. 91 second.
All right, that was kind of uneventful.
No, I think that's pretty interesting, actually. So they were. There's actually a lot to talk about there. They were up in space. That was the Gemini 7 mission. They were up in space, essentially, like had just entered space, and so I'm guessing that they were in like upper, either extreme upper atmosphere, like as far as you can go without technically being in space, or just past that threshold, because they were still talking about their boosters being around them. So they had shed those, and Houston was trying to get clarification, like, are you sure that there's something there, or are you looking at your boosters and it's just in an awkward position and you're seeing the particles from the boosters? Because once you hit that type of atmosphere, everything starts to coagulate, like come together. So anything like hydrogen, like water coming off of the boosters or anything, that would all turn into beads, essentially.
Yeah, so seeing an object with particles that far behind it is pretty
And then the second guy, the second astronaut was like, I see it, I see separate from the booster, I am also seeing that as well. So that's really interesting.
That's why I like
But
the ones with the audio commentary.
Yeah, but they were also talking about it so casually, like, oh,
Right.
like you see something, they're like, yeah, and there wasn't even like a question, like it was just like, okay, it was just like
it's normal.
Normal.
Mhm.
There's a lot of normalcy there.
Yep.
Hit the type again, Darth.
Yeah, they're definitely used to observing shit. And even if they're not, they've been told, they must have been told that there's stuff out there. Yeah, that looks like an interesting.
Did you see it?
No.
Is at the bottom of the screen. Replay the video.
Oh,
Whoa! Holy shit!
Pause it
That thing
while it's on
flew
screen.
by. It's black, Darth. Look for it.
Do you see the that right there, like the energy behind it?
I guess you can.
What?
Yep.
That ain't a plane.
Hell no. That thing's got to be moving at like.
I mean, it could be a missile, I guess, but
I was thinking that too.
Missiles,
but where are the
missiles
fins?
Yeah, missiles
There's
don't
got to be
travel.
arrows on that. I don't see any arrows of any sort.
Flying.
Or like the flocking like of an arrow or whatever it's called.
That thing is flying. Because look at like.
Although, as much as I like to have the tinfoil hat, right? This is behind it.
Yeah. So what?
Right, and
What
the
is?
theory
What
is
is the
like
energy?
anti-gravity, it would be in front of it, right? If it was in front of it, that would be even crazier. Doesn't mean it's not like a.
Well, I mean, I could imagine. I could imagine this, right? Like, we have different vehicles that run on different things, right? We've got EVs, diesels, you know, gasoline vehicles, propane vehicles, you know, all sorts of stuff. So I mean, all of those create different emissions and create different heat patterns if you look at it through thermal and I mean all sorts of stuff. So I mean, like I can see maybe that was just like to them
How's
like a
that infrared?
motorcycle.
It's infrared. If this would have been like a regular camera, no, it's infrared. That's just it's sensing inertia.
Yeah, that's heat.
That's probably a bomb.
That's like a heat wave coming off of it. I would think propellant from a missile though would have a little bit more of a
Yeah.
a path, you know, would leave behind a bigger footprint.
So there's a whopping all-domain anomaly resolution offices consisting of 10 seconds of video footage from an infrared sensor. 2022. A doo-wop. It says. I'm just reading the words, man.
I know.
That thing's moving fast though. You would see some kind of signature from a trail behind it. If it
Blow
was
that one up. I didn't see. Oh, I see what it's. I see it's in the middle of
yeah.
the screen. Okay, that looks like one of them droids from Star Wars with the little weird arms on the bottom,
little, like,
floating around.
reconnaissance, or like a.
Yeah, like a recon drone.
Mm-hmm.
But whoa, okay, you can actually see little like tendrils underneath it. You see that?
Well, I don't even. What am I looking at?
Hold on, pause it right there, right where his mouth is. You see it, Pseudo?
What was that flash?
Yeah, at the end, I don't know.
Might have lasered the camera.
All right, I'm looking at. Oh, that little white thing right where the cross is.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, the
It
way
does
it's
actually
moving.
look like one of those.
But the way it's moving is just unnatural.
In like a big desert.
I don't know.
There it is again. It's in the middle left of the square on the middle of the screen. Yeah. Full screen it, man.
What year was this from?
Good question.
Why does that look like Superman?
'23.
Like for real, that looks like Superman. And he's carrying Lois into the atmosphere after the Joker fucking tricked him. Injustice. Does that not look like Superman carrying her?
Wow.
Pause it right there. Go back like 2 seconds to 21. Yeah, you can just scrub it. Yeah, you can go to the bottom and just move it over. There you go, right there. That looks like a plane.
It also looks like Superman carrying a person who's horizontal.
I mean, maybe, but that looks like the shape of a very, very small plane.
It looks like the shape of a plane, but unless the like, well, it's just the viewfinder that's shaky and it's like moving back and forth. That thing is like,
Yeah, it's I don't know. Go back to the description so we can get some context for this.
Oh, now you want me to unfull screen it?
Well, when you're playing the video, full screen it.
Kidding. Chill the fuck out, pansy.
no audio with this.
No, because we're hearing audio on the other videos. There must not have been any audio on that.
This makes it sound even more Star Wars. An infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform. Okay, it tells me nothing. Doo-wop D-23 mentions that WAP was observed during the mission. An area of contrast remains generally within the top left quarter of the display. Sensor panels from left to right causing the area of contrast path through the center, blah blah blah. Sensor panels left to right causing the area of contrast to turn to its approximate initial position.
This was like, it's kind of hard to tell because it's like, I don't know like what they're looking at it through. Like, is it them moving the viewfinder?
Well,
Quote,
that's where that's
or
why
is it
like
is
It
it
seems
moving
like they're
how
trying
they're
to trying to track it, but somebody's controlling it, so it's not as steady as it could be if it was computer
it makes it
controlled.
really hard to tell. Next.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Alright, I think there's a lot of shinfo up in this bitch.
If you look at the red, that's when they come knock on your door.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks like a Star Wars one. It looks like a tentacle.
Tendrils again.
Mm-hmm.
Full screen it. Yeah, what the hell is that?
It has a butthole and everything.
It's a party balloon.
And the water's not moving behind it.
Well, it's moving pretty quick, is what I'm gathering.
I'm saying, like,
because you can't see the motion of the water. You just see the water going past the screen.
But the craft that's filming it is clearly moving pretty fast over the water, and that thing is like
Keeping up with it.
pace with it, but then it zooms like all over and unnaturally. Yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy. It's like a diamond shape.
I do want to ask, do we really believe any of this shit at this point?
Well, that's what we're here to find out, is if we believe in it. We're ingesting the media to see if what we think after this, to see like thus far what we have observed. Do we believe it or not, right?
AI has gone so far, and I kind of don't care what Trump does. As far as like, he's just everything he says is retarded, but the things he does, kind of genius. Some of them. But could this be like that? Where it's like, yeah, just release the shit, right? Even though it's like made up crap, because like, I mean, I find it increasingly hard to differentiate like AI and real shit.
Yeah, this one is supposedly Iraq of 2022 in 2022. But they're flying in this video. They're that's very low altitude.
Yeah. That's probably like
because you're going top down.
2,000 feet.
Yeah, you can see those. You can see those buildings crisp.
Yeah, it's probably about maybe even 1,000 feet.
Is it? Did we do this one already?
Yeah, we did this one.
This one, right? Okay.
Yeah, go, skip to page 3. There you go. Yeah, and then just work top down.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find some. If I
Yeah, I'm
if
taking
I
a washroom break.
if I have to click back in the StreamYard, I might have to. Let me see.
We can just put you backstage for a second.
Still here, is it?
Whoa.
Betty and Barney Hill. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. If you want to check it out over here, it's that couple I was talking about that got abducted. She went under like hypnosis. Betty and Barney Hill. It was in 1961. That's some pretty compelling shit. You guys really need to watch that Bob Lazar S4.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Speaking of Bob Lazar, he was not that long ago. He was actually on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he's been on Joe Rogan a couple times. Yeah, I've watched every time he's been on Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
and
that
he's
is
like he's
very
skeptical about a
insightful.
lot of things too.
Yeah, it's like
His
he doesn't
story
fully
tracks.
believe, but he says what his experiences are, and it's like, I don't know. Not
All
saying
the
it's
shit
real,
that's
but I'll
happened,
tell you what I experienced.
like all the shit that's happened to him, like the death threats. You know, you watch the interviews with him and his wife where they go somewhere, they come back, and all the car doors were open, and it was like an Uzi left in the front seat.
Yikes!
Just like crazy shit, you know. But the fact that the government said, "Oh no, he never worked here," and then every person they called would like, you know, say, "Oh, we can't comment on it," and it was, oh man, it was some kind of like technology development company or whatever that had something to do with the project he was working on. And so there was a journalist, like the guy's got awards out the ass, and he was working with them, and he was like, okay, he figured out, he's like, too many people are lying to me, so that tells me this guy's telling the truth. He contacted this one company, and they were like, okay, you got to call this place. They might know. And they said, oh, yeah, we have record that he worked here. And I was like, okay, good. He's like, can you send me like some documents? And they said, yeah, sure. Gave him a number to call. He calls back, and all of a sudden they changed it. They said, oh, no, we don't know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing was just shady.
Mm-hmm.
Then they set him up on it was like human trafficking or something to do with like a brothel or something like that. And you look at the guy and like you're like, there's no fucking way, you know.
Yeah,
But
you can typically tell by listening to somebody speak and their mannerisms and stuff and everything that they have to say and come up with. Like you can tell, like when you watch interviews of Diddy, you knew he was doing something fucky.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Like that
No,
guy is off.
yeah, I followed Bob Lazar for a long time, and then like I heard that documentary movie was coming out. I was like, oh man, I gotta watch that. And you could see when so the Joe Rogan interview you're talking about, it's the most recent one. It was where he was on with the animator or producer that like worked with him. So they had like one of those setups where you actually you actually step into, I don't know, the whole technology of it. So they have like a whole room set up that's like the size of like the hangar in the spaceship, where you could put on the VR goggles and step into it, and worked with Bob Lazar. And it's like, okay, is this right? Is this what it looked like? So the interview you're probably talking about is the one where he was on with the guy who made the film, and like you could see like how emotional he was getting over it, you know. And it where you talk about, he's like, well, yeah, the craft they put the American flag on it, but it was backwards. And then there were like skeptics that were saying like years and years ago, they're like, oh well, the height of the ship, the way he describes it, he never would have been able to be able to see an American flag on it. And then when they did the 3D model, you actually stepped into the VR with into that room with the VR goggles on. You could clearly see like the flag, and like there was a reason as to why it was backwards. Oh, because it was on like one side of the craft, it's backwards. The other side of the craft, it's regular because it goes by like the direction the wind would blow and how you would see the American flag or some shit like that. Just little details that like I don't know. You gotta watch it. It's pretty. It's pretty cool. But like what they did to the guy, like they tried to destroy him. And I got a theory, and I think the only reason he's still alive is because he must have, even if it was a bluff, he must have convinced people in power that he had a dead man switch. So in other words, okay, if you kill me, um, I have some people that are going to come out with information that you don't even know I'm aware of, and it's going to burn you to the ground. And I think that might be like the only reason he's still alive. I forget where you can watch it on, but I have a VC
Yeah,
box.
that's pretty interesting. Like all of the stuff it's crazy what some of these people go through and get discredited. You know,
Did you ever hear about the other guy? Fuck. I have to look it up. So there was this guy. He worked on. It was somewhere near Area 50. Oh, so there's another thing about Bob Lazar, right? So the section where there were these three hangars, where he worked on the biggest one of these three hangars at Area 51. He described how they were like hidden on the side of a mountain and you couldn't see them from a distance. So somebody had brought up on Google Earth a picture of this mountain, and they're like, "Oh, see, there's nothing there. He's full of shit." But if you change the contrast, you could see that there were three openings in the side of this mountain. Then they did an overhead view, and the day it was right at the same time, they announced this documentary was coming out. Google Earth had put some kind of filter on that whole area. So if you looked at it, it like blocked out certain things, but it made visible other things like tire marks where there shouldn't have been any traffic at all. And you could see the tire marks going in from like the salt flats. All these sets of tire marks over the course of like 20, 30 years, driving in and out of these hangars in the side of the mountain. So like by trying to cover it up, they actually fucked up. It's pretty crazy. But there was this other guy that he had something to do with like drilling. So they were drilling into the base of a mountain, like I don't know how deep. I forget. So this guy had described this experience that he went down in this temporary material elevator that went way down after they drilled into this mountain, and they were doing some kind of government research down there. He goes down there and he says he sees these like alien beings. When he looked at them, he was like paralyzed, and a laser beam got shot at him. And he's actually missing. He's actually missing 3 of his 4 fingers, and he wound up going public with this shit. And all of a sudden, like one day, he just died of cancer when he wasn't even sick.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Bomb threats, bombs in his mailbox, all kinds of crazy shit.
But I need to actually be getting off of here for the night. My daughter woke up. She's not feeling good, so I gotta go take care of her.
Yeah, do you gotta do.
Yeah, I gotta go be dad.
Enjoy it while you can, brother.
No, I absolutely. Yeah, pretty much that.
Yeah, before you know it, they'll be off and grown. Goes faster than you think.
Yeah. Well, all right, everybody. It's been real, and it's been fun, but it ain't been real fun. Peace.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Have a good night.
Well, all right, here we are.
You staying on? What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, I was looking up, like, I was asking AI to apply logic to, like, this shit. It kind of got weird. But, I mean, Trevor was the one wanting to be, Trailer was the one wanting to be about the alien shit. I'm here for the tinfoil hats, but, I mean, of course aliens exist, right? Do they come here? I don't know.
I can't hear most of that music you have going on.
Fair. I was also testing to see how that would work. You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Right on.
I don't know. I don't know. You want to stay on? I'll stay on for a little bit. If not, you want to go to bed? Whatever. I'm cool. Either way.
I'm chilling.
Dude, go if you want, you can go and see if you could bring up a video. There's got to be one on YouTube of that couple I was talking about.
I don't know how it works as far as me sharing this shit, but I mean, you figure it out. There's also a panel I would like to talk shit to.
Yeah, you could do that too. I'm down for whatever. I'm not gonna be up too much longer. I'm supposed to go fishing around 8 o'clock. So right now it's 4:20.
Oh shit.
On the
3:20
nose,
for me.
bro. On the
That's
nose.
funny. I just changed it to the weed shit too. Well, shit.
My
Let's just chill, talk for a few. Figure
my
out.
boy just came back from Canada
Nice.
with some what the hell? I think it's sour diesel.
That's
Dude,
some hardcore sativa.
well, the shit up there is just like it's just so much better than.
Well, it's
I
insane
mean,
everywhere.
it's
I don't
pretty
know.
close. It's pretty close to what he gets when he's in Vermont. He has a house up there, but like Canada, Vermont, I like. I
Well,
mean, I'm
Maine's
not an
supposed to
expert
be the
on it, but
best.
what's
I
that?
want to get some Maine weed because Maine is on point as far as like the way they regulate. Like they're actually suing. I think their state government. I could look it up real quick after I take a swig. But their
Is
government
it
required them.
recreational? Is it legal recreational or is it just medical?
Yeah, but like they have this thing where this is something like this gets into nerdy weed shit. So there's this thing called remediated weed. So like when they grow it on this huge scale, sometimes it gets moldy. So like if it doesn't pass certain tests as far as mold, they like put it into this other thing called remediation. In Maine, they are required to tell you that's remediated, but what that means is it's either blasted with radiation or ozone. That was
Yeah,
actually an article I was going to talk about tonight, but
I know somebody that was was growing in Jersey, and every batch they submitted got rejected. They're like, oh, there's there's poop from gnats or like fruit flies, like just like the most insane shit.
But yeah, it's pay to play though. That's what's fucked. I will call this shit out. I don't give a fuck if any of these companies hear me. It is because they're growing it in mass.
Yeah. Well,
That is what it is.
that's what that's what my buddy's saying. Like the Vermont, the play. Like I don't know if it's all across Vermont, but where he goes, like the recreational shops, um, you can't buy it. You can only buy like small amounts. Like they buy from like small local like growers, and it's all like fluffy, soft, sticky, like like it's all organic. Um, but it's pretty much the same. Like it's very similar to what he gets when he goes to Canada, because he's got an aunt that lives up in Canada. But I maybe Maine is the same thing too. But I mean, it's pretty close. So it would knock me on my ass. That's all I know.
Well, and like a big thing that I don't like. I mean, this is personally. Um, I don't like the whole THC race. Where
Well, it's
because I
all yeah.
work
It's
on the
all it's about.
yeah,
It's
it's
all
like
about the
oh, how
number.
much THC's in it, and it's like the best weed I ever smoked had 13% THC, but it had 4% terpenes. Like, if you don't understand like how the shit works, then like,
You know,
I mean,
the best shit I ever smoked was like under 20, 14 to under 20, like bubbleberry, like some Master Kush. Like it was a long time ago, but it's like all organic. Where it's so fluffy and white, covered in crystals. Like a gram looks like an eighth. You know,
mm-hmm.
it's like all the dispensary shit. It all looks the same. It's all real dense, heavy. It, it just all looks the same. It's like all they care about is everybody chases the number. You know, well, this is
100%.
30%. This is 25%. This is 28%. It's
Well, and like I filled the orders, right? So I'm like, I guess you could call like the Amazon picker if you want to imagine it that way. So like I'm in the room with the weed that's already packaged, and I'm just like fulfilling orders. But I mean, it's more than that. But like, I also have to account for every item, so I have to count everything while doing that. Which that's a whole another fucking thing.
yeah. Do you have you ever have you ever harvested and trimmed buds before, or you don't do that?
And yeah, oh yeah, I'm 41. So yeah, I used to sell weed to make rent,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So and yeah, I had a girlfriend who her dad grew, and I would
Yeah,
steal his shit and sell it.
I used to grow, but I didn't grow a lot. Like, I might have had six plants at a time. That's it. Like, well, I'd do six plants and if I got lucky, um, you know, two were female, three were female,
So well,
separated.
it is
But
still grok.
what's that?
It is still grok, but so this is where things get weird. So remediated cannabis flower, biomass extracts, or infused products that have undergone post-harvest treatment to remove or reduce contaminants such as mold, bacteria, yeast, microbes, pesticides, heavy metals, and mycotoxins. Mycotoxins. I don't know how you say that. So the
Biotoxin.
batch can, yeah. So the batch can pass mandatory state safety testing and legally be sold, which is horseshit. That's horseshit right there, just based on that. It is a reactive fix for batches that fail lab tests due to cultivation, handling, storage issues, poor environmental controls leading to microbial growth. Without remediation, the product must be destroyed. So what if this was a prompt, right? How would you attack that if it was a prompt? Yeah, I can actually put it up in this
I
bitch.
mean,
Isn't that fucked?
you don't want. I mean, shouldn't destroy it. Give it back. I mean, I don't know. I never done any tests. Like anything I've ever grown was organic. So I don't know. Like, were there heavy metals in it? I don't. I mean, it's possible. Like, I never used any Miracle Grow. I never used. Um, I would use um, soil from natural soil from um, dirt that was rich with night crawlers. And I used the worm. Ow! Fucking idiot! Get away from me, cat.
I
Um,
was about to ask if it was a cat, based
worm
on how
cat
you said
worm
it.
worm castings. I'd use bat. I'd use bat shit. Um, emulsified fish.
Oh yeah, guano's good. So,
Um,
all right, no, what you're
those are
talking about
good.
is actually really good. But here's what I'm trying to point out, and kind of what I mean, I'm not making a prompt. We don't have to argue the prompt now. I do think this is a good prompt based on what this is saying. Um, but like what it's saying right here. So this is like a thing in legal cannabis where it's like it's a reactive fix for batches that fail their lab tests due to
I
cultivation handling
I
issues
I I
and
I I couldn't. I can't see how putting um herb through gamma rays, X rays,
yeah,
ozone
that's what I'm
gas,
saying. Yeah,
or
yeah.
high.
Isn't that
I
crazy?
think it's a
They're
stupid,
just like doing
stupid
this and
fucking
there's no
idea.
research on it because it's Schedule 1.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, ozone seems like that would probably not be bad, but all the rest of this, and this is the part that bothers me the most.
I don't know.
They
All I
when
know
it's
is
fucked up, they're like, "Oh, just send it to extraction."
all I know is it was
That's
all
horrible.
it was all beautiful, and it was all fire, and it was all
Yeah, I miss it
fluffy.
being illegal.
Tasted better when it was quote
I didn't
illegal.
like I didn't like the fear of going to jail though.
Well, I don't know. I lived in
I also
Philly.
never got caught, so there's that.
I lived in Philly, and I've gotten caught with a quarter pound of weed. Okay, while fishing. Um, I used to do deals where you go into the woods while you're fishing, and make a deal. And I
That
happen to
makes
have
more sense because I was gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing with the quarter pound going fishing?"
had parks police watching them with
Yeah, you were,
binoculars.
yeah, you
Came
were
over,
passing
but
it
you
off.
know what? They
That's it.
they they threw it in the ground. They stomped it into the ground, and I was with a couple of friends.
I've
They
had
said,
that.
"Which one of you could take a piss right now? Because somebody's gonna piss on this." And that's what they did. And didn't give you a ticket or nothing. They didn't give a fuck. Like I can't tell you how many times I got caught with weed. The only time I ever got any time for it is when we're talking about serious quantity of it, you know. And that's gonna happen whether it's legal um or not, you know what I mean? Like I'm talking like large quantities of it. Unless you have a license, you know. I don't know.
Ooh, can I ask you about this? I know this is like semantics. I really hate the word marijuana.
Why?
Um, oops, because it's a made up term.
I don't know. I always called it weed.
Yeah, I'm down with weed. I tried to
Weed,
call it
herb.
cannabis.
I don't know. Never said cannabis was like always a nerdy term to me. It was, you know, we
I'm
called it
cool with it.
weed.
I'm cool
We
with it
called
being nerdy.
weed, or we called it indica or sativa, or it was if it came from Canada, we called it beasters because it was BC bud. Um,
Oh yeah, I know
it was
about
usually
BC.
called by the by its strain, you know. It was or whatever grade it was, you know, mids, um, murders, like that's way before your time. But
Hold on, sorry,
anything
I was
seedless,
reading ahead.
anything seedless was called murders.
Oh yeah, those are the females, right?
Well,
Yeah, seedless is females because it's not. Yeah,
seedless is well,
but murder.
it's all females, but it's only seedless if you separate if you have well guaranteed unless you have guaranteed female seeds, which I never
Mhm.
really like to fuck with. It's only seedless if you get the males and the
Well,
females separated in time before
yeah,
they.
and that's like on the cultivation side of like the mass side. There's their mother plants, which they fucking constantly kill because they
Yes.
don't know how to do this. But yeah, the mother plants and then clone the shit out of them. But that's how you get your like unique strains. Yeah, you like cross pollinate the females. I only know so much about this, so I might be misspeaking here, but like you cross pollinate them and like, but that's why everything is a hybrid now too. Which total sidebar.
It's not
Uh,
that hard. It's not that. It's not
no,
that
it's a
hard to.
weed. That's why it's called weed.
It's not that. It's not that hard to. It's not that hard to cross pollinate. Just you just got to keep up on it. You really got to have multiple people pay attention and watching it. Once those males, you get them little grape like sacs. Even before that, to give you an example, I had a friend, and it was a garage. He was property from his grandfather, and it had like a big metal uh, garage structure. It had a couple of classic cars in it, a tractor, whatever. So he started growing in there. He got rid of all the male plants, and it was all female plants growing in there. And there was a little tiny piece of a male plant that had two of those little, you know, it looks like a bunch of grapes, dried up, and it pollinated the whole crop in that garage.
Oh yeah, it's insane the distance that shit can
And
fucking
they all
get pollinated from.
they all grew seeds. They all produced seeds. Not a whole lot of seeds, but you know, enough that it wasn't seedless anymore. But I don't know. I always had I had good luck, but it was a lot more expensive because we didn't have LEDs, so you had to. So I would
Yeah,
use
that was a game changer. Yep.
oh, huge game changer.
I
So I
never
would
got to
use
use them because I'm like you, where yeah, that wasn't a thing when I was doing it.
so I used to use what was it? Was it the mercury, the metal halides? And then I'd switch to I would use once I went to 12 on, 12 off, high pressure sodium. And I mean, for if you were to run 800 watts for 8 plants, 6 plants, that was way back when you were talking
Yeah, with
about.
the sodium lights and shit, where you had to.
Yeah,
I know. Yep.
about 250, just forget about whatever you were paying with electric, your normal electric bill. That was way back then. I want to say it had to be $200 a month.
Which is high as fuck.
Like just to run those lights. And then that's back when he used to fly planes over. If you know, they would PP&L or whoever your electric company was, if they saw any unusual spikes, they would report it. And they were supposedly sending planes to fly over with like infrared technology, and they would that's how they would catch you. But I think you had to have a pretty decent sized operation for them
I think
to go that far.
Zudo, I have a good question for you.
What's that?
First time you got high.
What
Like
about it?
everybody's got like the one that they're like, oh shit. Like I mean, it doesn't mean the first time you did something, right? But
First
the
time I
first time.
really the first time I really got high was probably like it was like the third or fourth time I smoked. And I want to say it was definitely better quality than what I had the first couple of times. And I smoked a whole fat joint outside, like hanging out my bedroom window. Um
What was the
and
age?
I heard one of my parents no. So I lit the joint, and I think I took a few hits off it, and I heard one of my parents walking. I got paranoid and I put it out. I closed the window, panicked, opened the window back up, put the ceiling fan on. I was spraying freaking. I ran to the bathroom. I grabbed an air freshener can. I was spraying in my room, freaking out. I waited till my parents went to sleep. We had a half in-ground swimming pool in my backyard. So it had like a deck that was about probably 4 feet high off the ground. I waited till I knew my parents were in bed. I went outside. I hid under there, and I smoked the whole rest of that fat joint. And I got so stoned that I swear I heard the gravel in my backyard crunching, that my mom or dad was walking up right to where I was and caught me. And I stuck my head out, and nobody was there. And I snuck back in the house, and I laid down in my bed, and I was so high I thought that it was laced with something. Like I felt like I was floating off my bed. And like that was it. I was like, okay, this is a lot of fun. And you know, I was like kind of sold or hooked from there. I had actually done acid
Oh no shit.
in between
Acid's
the
no
first couple
fucking
of times I
bueno for me.
smoked weed.
Oh, hold on. Let me go back on. It's the highest I've ever been. Well, first time. My first time's kind of interesting.
The highest I've ever, you asked me the highest I've
Well,
ever
no,
been?
no,
That's
we
a different
talked about
story.
that earlier. Now, tell the story. First time. So for me, it was my 19th birthday, which it makes it awesome because I can totally keep track of exactly when it was. Uh, but I was a super nerd, definitely against drugs, like super Christian, but I was like struggling with it at the time. But I had already gotten caught with weed twice before I even got to smoke it. So I knew how to like make a gravity bong and shit. And like my friend group was totally into cannabis and
Gravity bong.
oh yeah, my friends, yeah, I taught my friends how to
I
make
know him.
gravity
Yeah,
bongs before I even
I
smoked
know
one.
him. Yeah.
So it was, I mean, there's stories of getting caught. All I wanted to do was help my friends, man. I was just helping my friends get weed. Doesn't mean I was smoking it. So anyways, they had nothing to smoke out of. And I liked my friends being high because it was fucking hilarious. Even though I really didn't have intention at the time. Um, so what I did was I filled up this dude's sink with water. And I was like, you got a 2 liter? And they did. This is actually in the hood too. So it was like half super white people like me. I don't know. I mean, I don't have my camera. Clear people like me. Uh, yeah, so I filled up his sink. And I was like, you got a 2 liter? And I cut off the bottom of the 2 liter. And I was like, you got some tinfoil? And then I like carved out the fucking. You know how gravity bong works. But I did that and they're like, well, you have to test it. And I was like, well, I don't smoke weed, so I guess I'll put tobacco in it. Which was absolutely the worst idea in the history of time. So I hollowed out a cigarette and fucking put tobacco in it and smoked tobacco out of a gravity bong. And then got sick to my stomach, which fucking sucked. And then they're like, well, you made the thing. You should try it. And then I was like, well, all my friends seem to enjoy this. So I took a huge gravity bong rip of weed for the first time. My first time was a gravity bong 2 liter bottle in a sink. And eventually we left and we're driving, and I was like, man, I don't think I'm high. I mean, I wasn't driving. I was pastor because it was my birthday and shit. It's actually Halloween 2004? 2003.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Forgot you told me your birthday was Halloween.
That's how I remember. I mean, it's cool being born on a day that's super easy to remember. Uh, but when we were driving home, yeah, I was like, I don't think I'm high, guys. And like my whole friend group, there's like 4 of us in the car. They're like, dude, you're high as shit. I'm like, because the DARE program, they act like, oh, you're instantly addicted. It's this crazy ass thing. I was like, no, there's no fucking way I'm high right now. And as we're going over the interstate, I was like, why has it been 40 minutes, but yet you're doing 55 miles an hour? This takes 15 minutes. Like, I was able to do the math in my head, but I'm like, my perception of time ain't working. I can call you this, Big John, because that's your name. It was actually Josh Bearden.
You
Big
ever
John
heard
I've known my whole life.
You ever heard of weed pellets?
Mm-hmm.
They're like rabbit food. It looks like rabbit food.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like
So
RSO related, I think.
my brother, who was 12 years older than me, and I'd been smoking for, I don't know, maybe a year or two, and finally, like, I knew he smoked, and it was like awkward. I didn't know how he'd react, but I kind of figured out. I'm like, all right, I know he's not gonna give a fuck. So um, I was selling weed for this guy, and I brought over some. I had like a whole, like, I don't know, 50, 20 bags or something I'd get at a time, and I could keep 15 of whatever. So I bring some over, and I broke it out of nowhere. I'm like, hey, what do you think of this shit? And I remember him and his wife are like, oh, and she's like, I told you, I knew he smoked. I smelled on him the one time, you know? We're all having a good laugh over it. My brother looks at it, and he smells it. He's like, yeah, it's dirt. I was like, dirt? I'm like, no, it's good, you know? He's like, it's dirt. He's like, hold on. He goes to his bedroom, and he used to go to Jamaica once a year, and he used to bring back these weed pellets, and it was like you could tell it was like real good weed. It was like almost blue. It was so green, but these grind it up, they
Ooh,
compress it
nice.
into these pellets, it looked like rabbit food. You know, I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, they're pellets. They're Jamaican pellets. So, um, if you broke up, I think they were two. Each pellet was like 2 grams. So you could like break it up cut it up with a knife, crumble it into powder. You roll it in a joint, but it didn't really burn very good. So he broke off a piece and he put it in a pipe. And I took like 1 or 2 hits off of it.
Oh, like a moon rock?
I guess, but like I mean, it was ridiculously strong. Like you could, like, if you once you started to break it up, it was sticky. Like you could feel like it was pretty high THC content.
High
So I took
THC
like,
ain't great, though.
what's that?
High THC isn't great. I mean, it's cool, but.
Well, back then it's, you
Well,
know,
yeah, back then, yeah, for sure. I know what you mean.
I don't know. The whole when I used to smoke all the time, and here's my personal opinion, terp terps are all about the taste. It doesn't really affect the high. To me, the cleaner, more organically it's grown, and how well it burns affects the high just as much as the THC content. Like you get this really compressed medical weed that might be very high in THC, but it never completely burns. Like you could take a hit until you really don't get any more, and you tap it out and there's still chunks in there. It's burnt. You know what I'm saying? But you can't burn it anymore. Anyway, I took like
I mean, you can burn it, but I mean, yeah.
I took like 2 or 3 hits off of this shit. And I had to get back home. And he's like, "You all right to drive?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, fucking my job. I'm not a pussy. I leave the house and I get in the car and I start the car and I'm just sitting there and I'm staring at the dashboard, and the inside of my car looked like a fucking spaceship. It was like I'm looking at all the lights, and I'm sitting there for about 15 minutes, and I see the light come on. He comes out, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm getting ready to go home." He's like, "Are you going to go home, or are you going to sit in my driveway and draw attention to my neighbors?" I'm like, "All right." I was like, I'm going to go home." So I'm driving home, and I'm on so it's like sort of an expressway way on my house. The speed limit's like 45. I look down, I realize I'm going 15 miles an hour, and I'm looking out the window to make sure I wasn't hitting the fucking divider. Pull into my driveway. I somehow make it to my house, and I realize I had a Spanish station on with played some Spanish music the whole ride home. And
Okay.
I walk through the door and I'm like paranoid. I'm like, "Oh my god, I hope my parents aren't up." And I make it up to the bathroom and I'm just staring in the mirror, and I felt like, "Oh my god, I'm a drug addict." Like it was the equivalent of me, like, like crawling into a dumpster and fucking shooting heroin. Like I felt so guilty about it. That I had like a bad trip about it. And I'm like thinking, like, what did he just give me? Like, 'cause it wasn't like I rolled a joint and I smoked like buds. It was like these pellets, and I started like freaking out. And I'm like, is there something else in them? Like, is there opium? Like, I'm thinking there's like opium in them, or they were like laced with something. So I calmed down and I realized, like, wow, it was really strong fucking shit. A couple days later, my buddy asked me if I wanted to go to Pink Floyd Division Bell. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm going. And I go to my brother. I was like, "Hey, you got any more of those pellets?" And he gave me like 20 of them. So I sold some of them at the Division Bell tour concert. And I had some it was weed hash. It was called black opium hash that my one buddy had. And I was smoking some black opium hash, and we were taking chunks of those weed pellets and smoking them in the pipe. And on each side of the stage at the concert, they had these 2 giant pigs with like laser beams coming out of the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, I wake up and I'm on the stretcher, paramedics around me. They put oxygen over me, and I'm freaking out. I start putting my hands in my pockets, and they fucking pull my hands away. Finally, I wake up. No, Hey, Big John, it's not black tar opium. It's black. It's called black opium hash. It's weed hash. It's black, but if you rub it on paper, it's green and it has opium in it. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. So I wake up on a stretcher
Hold
and they
up,
went all
hold
through
up,
my
hold
pockets
up.
and cleaned me out, took all my shit.
Big John, click the link. Make it StreamYard. You can come up and talk. I know you know what you're
Go
talking
ahead, you
about,
come up
being
here.
that
Yeah, we used so it was really shitty. It was really shitty hash, right?
I mean,
It
kinda. I'm
it,
about to
it
smoke
it's
some hash,
basically
which is gonna be fun.
it's basically black, right? But you know it's weed hash because it's actually weed hash. Because you rub it, if you rub it and let it, like stick to like a brown paper bag, you can see it's like dark green, but it has opium in it. Like you could taste the opium in it. It's very little. You get stoned off it, but you could feel like the opium. You get like this little knot in the center of your forehead. That's how it starts. But it's black weed hash with opium in it. But yeah, so
Well,
I woke up, the
there's a huge
paramedics took
difference
everything out of
between
my pocket.
cannabis and opium because, like, I smoked a
Well, it
decent
wasn't.
amount of opium back in the day, and yeah, that shit's way different than cannabis.
Well, it was the weed pellets more than the opium hash. Like the hash itself kind of sucked. There's very
Well,
little
I mean, you're
opium in
getting
it.
drugged though, because I mean,
No,
that's
but
in a
I didn't.
way why regulation sort of is kind of better because, like, at least you're not getting fucked with on that. But I
Well,
mean,
my
it's
my
actually
my
worse now than it is
my one buddy started.
with regulation.
My one buddy didn't even smoke the opium hash, and he was smoking just the weed pellets.
Well, opium's not
And
hash.
drinking.
There's
No,
hash and there's opium. Those
it's
are two
well,
different plants.
there's weed hash. There's weed hash with
No,
opium. Like
yeah, hash is weed.
yes, they call
Opium
it.
is poppy.
I know what, bro. I know. Trust me. I did plenty of opiates in my day,
Well,
but
you're
my
saying the
butt.
same together, though.
Yeah, but it's they call it black. It's called black opium hash. Black opium
No,
is opium
it's
is
black
opium.
tar.
No,
There
it's
used
black
to be
tar.
red
Bro,
rock. Back in
bro,
the day, there was red rock
that's black.
opium,
That's
but that was
listen.
fake shit.
But that's black tar heroin. You're talking about black tar heroin. This is weed hash with opium with a little bit of opium in it. It comes from Afghanistan. I know what
I
I'm
mean,
talking
we
about.
can
Trust me.
prove it.
There's no way to, bro. There's no way to prove it. Like, how am I going to prove it?
No, by
I'm telling
asking.
you.
Hold on. What would the prompt be?
Listen. There's no
Is
way to
black
prove
tar heroin opium?
black tar heroin and opium are no, black tar heroin is a derivative of opium. I've smoked pure opium too. This wasn't pure opium.
I have too.
It's weed hash. It's hash. It's shitty weed hash, and they put opium in it too. But anyway, my
Oh, hold
buddy.
on, hold on, hold up, hold up. You made a claim. I looked it up. I mean, hopefully I don't get in trouble for this, but who gives a shit?
I wasn't even finished with the story, by the way. But
Opium is the raw, natural
yeah,
sap.
that's the shit that tastes amazing. Tastes like them gay purple candies.
Mm-hmm.
When you
Okay,
smoke
I
it.
was just doing it for the delineation of the definition, right?
But
Okay, I don't want
it
to have
was a
that
thing in the
nonsense back
80s
there.
and 90s. They used to put
Mm-hmm.
opium,
It
like
was a thing in the 2000s.
they mix raw opium into weed hash, and usually it was like shitty like weed hash. not like the brown or blonde hash. But at that same concert, my buddy was drinking beers and he was smoking them pellets. He smoked like 2 of them pellets, so that's like 2 grams. He was standing right next to these huge speakers with the bass coming out of it, and he fell flat down on his face. And they had him hooked up to oxygen. He was fucking wasted. Them things were no joke, man. No joke. And I've had some shitty weed from Jamaica too. Like it's people think like all the weed in Jamaica is fire. It's
Oh no.
really not. This
Well, I
shit
mean,
was
it's
good.
higher in it is fire, but it's higher in like terpenes versus THC because that's like its natural environment. So it is actually kind of fire.
What is this guy talking about? Yeah, to get people wanting heroin.
I don't know. I keep trying to come up.
Opium is fucking I don't know.
Oh,
Straight
it's the
opium.
best.
Straight opium. I don't know.
Yeah, by itself, it's the best. Like that's why
Nah,
I'm like,
I
fuck
wasn't a big
heroin.
fan. I tell you what, I love the taste of it, but like I don't know. I didn't think the high was that great. The one cool effect of it I remember is if you close your eyes, you'd see like all these like white lightning streaks going around. It was
I
like a
didn't have
visual.
that
Like
experience.
when I closed my eyes, I would see like all these like white light. It looked like white lightning streaks going around. But the body high was nothing compared to like you know like Oxycontin or actual fucking dope. My only experience with that was because doctors put me on Oxycontin. So
Yeah, it'd be like that.
but other than that, I don't know. I think one of the craziest weed highs that I had was the first time I got some like real freaking killer hydro. Um, it was dank, like real dank. Probably like 15%.
I like that you noticed, Dank, because that's like a term I know of.
It was freaking it was fire. It was like $20 for a gram and a half. And back in my day, like that was insane. But it was worth it. Like you couldn't buy a quarter. Everybody sold 20s. They wouldn't sell you a quarter. Then eventually I
Oh,
got tired of all that shit. And, I was like, all right,
it
I gotta
pisses
find
me
new
off.
stores.
It pisses me off to no end that motherfuckers will come into a huge ass store for weed and buy 1 gram, and they'll stand in line for 30 minutes for 1 gram of weed. That's insane.
I'll tell you what, that place, these places selling that freaking THCA flower.
Hmm?
I gave
Hmm?
some to my buddy, and
Hmm?
some of it's fire. Some of it's pretty good.
All right, hold the phone. Big John, I hope you're listening. I can't see comments right now. You just triggered a huge thing. We're going to talk about it. I'm not going to be mean, though. I promise. Kind of.
What, premature?
What are you about to do?
I'm about to roll up.
You rolling another one?
Yeah.
Oh. Why?
Hmm?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Oh. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Nigga, you about to cry?
No. I mean, I'm already high. How much higher are you trying to get?
This boy high.
Yeah, take me home.
Let's go.
I have to switch headphones, which means I'm gonna distract with. All right,
Bro,
sorry, Suda.
that guy needs
I
better
really did.
drugs.
I legitimately had to switch headphones and shit.
That guy needs better drugs.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Can you explain to me what THCA is?
Yeah. I can explain it enough. THCA flower is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just it's premature buds containing THCA flower, mostly THCA flower. They're all smaller nuggets, but it's all the same strains. It's just like the medical shit that you get in PA.
You're wholly
It is.
wrong.
How?
I actually told you how you
Dude,
were wrong
look at listen, I'm telling you in PA, you go to a dispensary.
No, you're not listening
It's
to.
the same.
Hold on. This will help. I spelled it wrong.
Bro, I know what THCA is.
Do you?
Yeah. It turns into THC when you fucking burn it.
Which version?
Delta 9.
Was Delta 9 in acidic
See,
form?
You're
Right?
gonna turn it into a weed science quiz. It's the same shit.
Well, hold on. I'm not trying to be mean to
Yes, you
you.
are. Yes, you are. That's what you're trying to do. Turn it into a weed science quiz.
You made a statement, and I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm just telling you from like I know
Like we
people
already
that
talked
go.
about decarboxylation. Pseudo, I've
Yeah,
been nice to you all night.
I know people
Why
that
do you
go and
think I'm...
buy it all over. Unless you're, it's all in PA. It's if you go to medical dispensaries, it's all the fucking same shit.
Dude, you just have to answer the question. I'm not trying to trick you. This is not a gotcha. THCA is the acid form of THC, which decarboxylation is necessary for inhalation, right? Like when you
Yeah,
inhale it. Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to gotcha here, Suda.
right.
I'm really not.
But it's just THC if it's fully mature
But Delta
flower.
9 occurs naturally in flower, correct?
Yes, if it's
Yeah.
mature. So
Okay.
that
So
it's
Delta 8 is problematic because,
Delta 8 is shit.
yes, that's the point, the whole point I'm making. and it's falling into some like super shitty loophole, which actually Trump fucked up, but now he's actually kind of closing that loophole. So that's why I'm saying we don't disagree. I was just
Yeah, but
asking.
you're saying THCA
Hmm.
is delta 8.
No, it's the acid form of THC. That's by
Okay.
decarboxylation. So when you decarb it, you can. So that's why you can eat. Like, say I ate a nug of weed right now.
You're not gonna get hot.
Yeah, exactly, because it's THCA. Because it's the acid version of those compounds.
Yeah.
But when you
So
decarboxylate it,
this is what makes no sense.
but this is actually, but all right. So pseudo, this is actually what, like when I got really mad at you and wanted to debate you like on swords, and then I was like, fuck, I don't like doing that. Uh, it's actually like, so if I can show you, I'll look it up real quick if you want to. But there's actually, what's interesting about this is that in terms of biology, we have an endocannabinoid system.
Yeah, I know.
Which,
I'm aware of that.
mm,
I'm aware of that. It's just like we have
it's interesting.
opioid. It's the same
Right?
as we have opioid receptors.
Kind
Otherwise,
of.
opioids
Kind
wouldn't.
of.
Yeah, no, it's not kind of. It's the same. It's just like otherwise, opioids wouldn't have an effect on our receptors.
Well, no, and endocannabinoid receptors are like, so it's the ECS system. It's actually a regulatory body system. So, like, if you like look into certain parts of research on like why older people are eating edibles and getting high and shit now on cannabis, um, it is because it actually your body responds to it in a weird way, and like the pharmaceutical companies are fucked. I'm not saying I have all the answers by any means. I'm not making that claim. I'm simply putting that forth, if that makes sense.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm saying like the whole medical card thing is fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just go you could go and buy the same fucking buds, except it's
One,
premature flower.
that was another thing I was going to bring up. Like, if we were doing disorders of reason, it's like, well, it's federally illegal, but because you remember how you like called me on the contradiction of like there's no U.S. studies, and I just shut the fuck up because it's like, well, actually, because cannabis is a Schedule 1, it's literally illegal to do like medical studies, which is kind of why they're pushing for Schedule 3 on
No, it's
this.
not. But it's not. It's just high. It's
No, it
just
is.
high.
No, they can do polls and shit. That's
No, dude.
I
I'm
totally
telling you,
was prepped for this.
it's
Yep.
regulated. But they're doing stuff. They do
Look up
studies.
Schedule 1.
Huh?
Look up what Schedule 1 means. I mean, I'll do it.
Then how come they have studies?
No, they're polls. They
No,
question
they're
it.
not studies.
No, they
They
can't.
do
It's literally illegal to do medical studies on cannabis
not
in
from what I
America.
found. Not from
No,
what I found.
no, they can do polls. They can ask people to
No,
use
the studies.
new.
They use
Well, all right, I'm gonna show you.
neuroimaging. Look it up. See if you can find it.
Yep. I mean, I suck at typing, so give me a second.
Oh shit.
I'm
unless
almost there. Sorry,
the studies
I'm being quiet. I should be talking. It's my stream
unless the
shit.
studies were done before it was Schedule 1 and it was Schedule 3.
Not in America.
There are studies. No, they're in America. I found them. They did neuroimaging studies, and
Nope, that's not the same. They are not able to research the plant. You understand the distinction here?
But they're
No,
doing
they can't.
they're doing
They can do all the
listen,
brain scans they want. They are not
but they're
actually
doing
able to
neuroimaging,
legally
but they're
research
doing
the plant itself.
okay. Well, what good is it researching the plant when you could do neuroimaging studies on people after they smoke or use edibles? And they use cannabis and they're doing neuroimaging studies on how it affects the brain and the
Yep.
reactions. Isn't that
Is that research on the brain? Or is that research,
it's research
on
on
cannabis?
the brain? It's research on the brain and how cannabis affects it.
No.
Yeah?
No, it's research on the brain.
It's research on no.
Hold on, Pseudo. Come on. You can work through it.
No, but your research.
No,
Okay.
it is not legal to research cannabis under its current scheduling. You can.
How else are you
all
gonna?
right, so all right, you see
How
the
about listen?
delineation. Hold on, I
How
said it
else?
slowly. I'm trying to give you. Hold on. Do you want me to type it out? I'll make it a banner real quick. I'm not trying to be a dick.
You don't have to type anything out. How else are you gonna research it
They
unless you're
can't
researching the effects
research
of
the
it?
plant. They can only research what the plant does to your brain. Do you
Okay,
understand
well,
the
isn't
delineation?
isn't that the important part?
No.
To me, it is.
Why?
Because they research what it does to you. I think that's important.
Israel's doing that right now. Jerusalem is like the leading cannabis research thing because they don't have the restrictions.
Good for them.
But it's about the plant.
Yeah, but
see, that's where you're losing here.
Not losing.
I don't mean losing that way.
But listen, how do you research? You're researching the plant.
420 here, by the way.
You're researching.
Literally I saw my phone turn to 420.
You're researching the plant.
Yes.
Isn't it?
It's not legal to research the plant in America.
Okay. Isn't it better
to
research human beings under the influence of the plant to see what it does to their brain and their motor reaction?
Why does that matter?
See, this is where the bias comes in. Now.
I'm asking you a question. Just answer the question. Why does it matter if it's research of human reaction?
See what it does to human
we
beings.
Already know.
Use it.
Why can't we research the plant?
Sure, they should. I agree with you. Okay, but they have research on what alcohol does to people. And
Don't disagree. You're obfuscating at this point.
Here's my problem. Okay,
you're still not sticking to mine.
No, you don't get it. Here's my problem. Okay,
what don't I get?
They basically have no way. Okay, listen. If you're driving around stoned, okay, you're impaired, right? You're under the influence of a substance. If you're drunk, there's a simple test. There's ways to test. They can test your blood alcohol level. With marijuana or cannabis, there's no way to test exactly how much you're on the influence.
And
to me, that's a problem.
Why?
Because you're impaired. It impairs you. People shouldn't be driving around stoned. They shouldn't be driving around high.
I don't disagree with you on that.
Well, there we go. So I think like that's an important thing. They need to come up with some kind of freaking test. They could tell like when was the last time you smoked it, how much of it's in your system. Like with alcohol, we have that. With weed, we kind of don't.
But it also
So
goes
it's
the
like
other way because if, say, tomorrow, like I'm high as shit right now, right? And tomorrow I go to the gas station and go to work and I get pulled over and they cotton swab my mouth, I would fail that drug test. Was I high
no,
then?
no, you won't. They're not gonna charge you with DUI. They just about can't.
No, that's
You-
100% a thing.
It's I've never heard of it. It's almost impossible.
They don't enforce it, which I agree
Right,
on that,
right.
because
There you
nobody
go.
gives a shit about people who
Well,
smoke weed.
but they should. But they should
Why?
because like, dude, there's all kinds of data out there. Look at states that legalized it, right? Where there's a, at minimum a 10% increase in traffic fatalities since they freaking they legalized it recreationally. Correlation doesn't always equal causation, but I mean, come on. And in the only times I've heard of, and there's been quite a few cases, like in Pennsylvania, and I happen to know one of them because they went to school with my daughter. The only reason they caught them is because they had I don't know if it was in a pipe or if it was a joint, but they found it in the car. They were stoned. And he survived and he killed the other driver he hit, the other car, and his two passengers. And there's been other cases over like the past like few years. Like it happens. Like alcohol is obviously more dangerous, but like I just think they need to crack down on all of it. They need to find a way to prove it. Like there are some people that, let's say they smoke a joint, and 3 hours later, they're used to the effects of it. They're probably fine to go out and drive. It's the people that don't smoke it as much that maybe aren't as used to the effects.
I do think
That that
there's a
that
factor
worries
in
me
that.
more.
That's actually something I don't like about the popularization of cannabis because I mean it's my job, so I see it a lot, and motherfuckers just want to eat 100 milligrams, and it's just like,
100, bro. I worked with this
yeah,
fucking
that's what I'm
bro.
saying. Like
I
it's
worked
like
with this
these
kid,
motherfuckers are like trying to get out of their minds,
bro. I
and
worked
like
with
I
this kid.
know I do
He was eating.
dabs and shit, but
He was
like
eating
it
these
is
fucking
insane.
bro. I was working with this kid. He was eating these fucking stars, right? They were shaped like
Oh,
a
Death
star.
Stars?
I don't know what they were called. It was a star. He's like, "You want a piece of this?"
No.
I'm like, "Fuck no." He's like, "No, you'll be good. You'll be good." He's like, "I eat one of these at lunch." I was like, "How many milligrams are they?"
Fuck that.
500. I'm like, and that meant nothing
500?
to me. Yeah, that meant nothing to me at the time. Then I looked it up. I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Not to mention,
Yeah.
do you know what they put in that shit?
I don't know, but 500 milligrams, from what I understand, is a lot.
Oh,
And I
fuck
watched,
yeah.
I
I was
watched him.
fucking dizzy off at 30 at
Dude,
a
he couldn't do
concert the
fucking
other.
shit. He couldn't do shit. I watched this motherfucker spend 20
Yeah, I
minutes trying
was
to wrap
dizzy
up an
as fuck,
extension.
being like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Off at
Bro,
30.
I watched him spend 20 minutes trying to fucking wrap up an extension cord at the end of the day, and he still
Yeah,
couldn't fucking do it. like,
yeah. Dude,
like, are
that
you
shit's
fucking
retarded.
kidding me?
I am so pro cannabis, but I am so not being legal the way it is. I look at it as like a fuck around and find out, right? Like, it should be totally decriminalized so that nobody's going to jail, right?
Well, I think they need to figure out
But
something
you
where,
shouldn't be able to go to Walmart and buy that shit.
well, I just don't think people should be able to drive around on it. They got no way to fucking prove
Yeah.
whether you're whacked out of your mind or not. Because I've seen some of the fucking tests, like the sobriety tests they do, and they're fucking stupid. Like it's totally different. But the only thing that's similar, that's the same as the alcohol test, is where you got to follow
I don't think
the
that's
pen,
fair.
the pen left to right, which that's
I know what you
easy to
mean, but
pass.
I don't think it's fair.
What do you mean you don't think it's fair?
I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Oh, I don't think you should be able to drive around fucking under the influence of shit. You know?
Okay. But I think it's way worse on alcohol.
Well, alcohol's way worse. Is worse, but you know what? I've been pretty fucked up before where stoned on weed when I haven't smoked in a while. Where I'd be better off driving after a couple beers for sure.
Well, I mean, I can make the argument that I'd be way better at driving off a couple lines of coke.
Wow, that's because it's a stimulant.
Mm-hmm.
Weed's not.
Mm-hmm. Neither is alcohol.
Well, I mean I could drink 2 beers and
Not saying I did it. I'm just saying.
I mean I could drink 2 beers and 2 beers affects me way less than it affects most people. But it's not the people that smoke
Wait,
weed
so hold
every
on.
day.
We're supposed to go off your. Oh, sorry. I'm sounding like I'm argumentative, but like, so gets
I know a lot of people.
determine who gets to determine how many beers? It's too many beers for you, right? Because it's
Well,
different for
see,
everyone.
that's what I'm saying.
Just
It's
like how
easy.
much.
It's
Mm,
easy. If I fail the sobriety test,
but you can't do that for
or
weed.
I blow more than a .08, it's simple. They know, right? With
Mm-hmm.
weed, you don't.
No, and how many people got fucked on that, right? Now, I
Not a
understand where
lot,
you're
dude.
like, oh, maybe they were super fucked, and there probably were a lot of people super fucked. But how many people weren't that got fucked because they ended up doing blood tests?
Not a whole
And they're
lot.
like, oh, your weed.
Not a lot. Not nearly as not. It's
Weed DUIs are
you
a thing.
you shouldn't be able to go by blood tests. You
Well,
shouldn't
that
be able
goes
to go
on
by blood
alcohol,
tests.
though, too. I would say the biggest argument I have is that
Yeah, but
there's no
with
good,
alcohol, the only difference.
like weed test, like to know if you're high.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They need to
Mm-hmm.
figure out one, or like something's got to be done. You can't be driving around under the influence all fucking day. And a lot of people fucking smoke weed like it's fucking nothing.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I can talk shit about the people that smoke weed, even though I smoke weed.
A lot of people smoke weed like it's nothing.
Yeah,
They
and
think
they
it doesn't
fucking
affect
suck.
them. It makes me drive better and all this shit.
All right, let me ask you about this one, Pseudo. How do you feel about people that take their children to a dispensary and leave them in the car while they go inside and buy weed?
Well, you shouldn't leave your children in a car while you fucking do anything.
Thank you. That one drives me insane. Like,
I see a lot of these. I see a lot of fucking people that just, you know, I see it all the time. Like They got their fucking they're outside. They got their kid in a stroller, right? They're talking to another baby mama with their kid in a stroller, and they're fucking both smoking blunts. They got toddlers running around. Like, this is not good. It's not a good message to send to your kids. You know what I mean? Like,
Can I ask you what you
I don't
think?
even like drinking beer in front of my kid, and my daughter's old enough to drink.
Can I ask you what you think?
Here we go. THC can make people drive better, literally. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. It's fucking bullshit. Weed is not making anybody drive
Oh, for
fucking
sure, and I
better.
can remove the banner. Sorry,
Get the fuck out of here.
but
See, this is one of the problems I
hold
have with
on. I
fucking.
want to address what you just said, though. Parents driving to a weed store. I mean, you could replace weed store with liquor store, right?
Same shit.
And just having their
Same shit.
kids in there, and it's just like
Same shit.
Yep.
Like,
hmm
same
Well,
shit.
I mean, not. I mean, same shit. Yeah, but like,
Same
what do
shit.
you?
People smoking fucking cigarettes while
Mhm.
their kids are in the back seat while they're fucking driving. Same fucking shit.
Yeah, it's almost like
You're a shit fucking parent. That's how I see it.
well, it's almost like we stopped giving a shit about the kids, but yet I wouldn't say we. I want to retract that one. It's not that we didn't give a shit about the kids, but we're just so focused on our own shit. If that makes sense. That I mean, I don't have kids though, so
I
if I did, though,
I almost never. If I drank a beer, and my kid was around, like, never let my kid see me like under the influence. That was just like the way it was. My kid might have seen me like have a beer, but she probably didn't even fucking notice. Like like people are out of fucking control.
I agree.
Out
I
of
mean, I
control.
don't like. I asked you a question, and you have a kid, so like, I do not, so like, I can't claim to understand. I do think, from my perspective, if I did, though, oh, I'd be high as shit.
If you had a kid,
Yeah,
if
I'd
you
be
had a
high as
kid,
shit.
light a fire under your ass.
Oh, 100%. But I'd still be high as shit.
I don't think
Makes
so.
me fun. I
I
do.
don't think so.
Makes me fun.
As soon as I found out I was having a kid, I stopped all that shit. I didn't do anything, including drink, smoke weed, or do fucking mushrooms. Nothing till my kid was fucking 17 years old. And I was growing shrooms, and I knew my kid was gonna find them eventually. I told my daughter about all the shit I did when she was old enough, just as a lesson. That was it. And then she was around 17, and I told her, I said, "Yeah, listen, this is what it is. I'm doing this because I'm microdosing, you know." And she's like, okay. She's like, that's. She's like, I don't have a problem with it. You know, you're an adult. You work your ass off. I provide for her. I've always been there for her. You know, we've
All right, I got a question for you, Sudo.
sure.
So I've been trying to like figure out, like, I mean, obviously I'm doing this shit on my channel right now, right? I've been kind of trying to figure out like what my lane is, and for sure it's the 420, like hanging out, open ban, all right. But I've been doing, well, I should rephrase that. trailer has been doing background shit for me to where we can record like actual interviews and then like edit it and that kind of thing instead of it being live. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the live shit. But dude, Pseudo, if you'd be down, it'd be fun to like set up a day where we record it in StreamYards, not live, right? And then you can put in whatever. Like, we're working on editing and all that stuff too. I prefer the live shit so I can talk
I'm
shit.
down. I don't
But
care. I'm down.
I think you have an interesting life story. Oh shit. Wait,
Spartacus.
Ian Tiny? All right.
All I'll say is I'll say this, okay? Statistically, I should be fucking dead right now, or in fucking prison. Okay.
I think that's why you and me butt heads so much.
I wish all people would have the same mindset that I have, or I had, where, you know, as soon as I found out I was gonna be a parent, it lit a fire under my ass, and I said, all right, it's time to stop fucking around, and that's it. Doesn't matter if it's a chick you had a one night stand with. Doesn't matter if it's your girlfriend or your wife. That's just the way it should be, man. Like that's your blood. That's an extension of you with their own DNA. That's your seed. And I've told my daughter a handful of times, you know, I owe her my life. A lot of people don't see shit that way. Unfortunately, my kid's mother didn't see things that way.
Spartacus. It's on the bottom and in the upper left. uh, sorry, Pseudo.
Does he ever come up?
Who, Spartacus or Tiny? Oh, no, I mean, that's a trick question. Neither one of them, no. No, I'm just acknowledging they're hooking me up. They're not gonna come up.
Well, Spartacus just donates. I never seen him come up to run his mouth.
They're the shit. Tiny and
Still
Spartacus are the best.
Still calls me fucking Home Depot.
They do not
Doesn't
need to
get how in the
donate. I'm literally
in
just...
the United States you can't use a Home Depot credit card to fucking donate to
Hold
fucking.
on. Here's Spartacus, just give me a prompt. A fucking 420 prompt. Or Tiny.
I just disturbed shit in the
do a
chat.
funny prompt.
I quit going to Home Depot, motherfucker. I go to Lowe's now.
What is that? The difference between Oh, I don't even want to finish that.
I got a Lowe's credit card too, so. But he doesn't understand it. Like, in the United States, you can't take a Home Depot credit card and just go fucking buy shit on Amazon. Like, a Home Depot credit card is a store credit card. You can only buy shit at fucking Home Depot. Like if I got a fucking Pottery Barn credit card, I can only buy shit from fucking Pottery Barn.
Hold on. Pseudo, can we just talk shit to Spartacus and Tiny? Because I don't want them to give me shit. I really don't. I just want to talk shit to them, but they're
I'm
only
just
going to be in the chat. So we can
come
just
on.
like talk shit to the chat.
He
right?
knows I'm just fucking with him.
Oh, same. So let's
Come on, Spartacus. Give Dart fucking $200.
No, I don't want money. I don't need no
Yes,
money.
fucking do. Everybody
I work
wants
for
money.
my money.
Everybody wants fucking money. Give me some fucking money, Spartacus. I'll
No,
fucking take
give
it.
me topics, Tiny and Spartacus. I don't want money. I want topics. Like weed
I'll give
topics.
you
Because I'm
a
burnt
topic.
out on the weed topics. Like I find it hard to think of weed topics just
I'll give
because
you a
I argue
topic.
them so much.
What's the best saltwater fish to eat? What's the best tasting
eat fish.
saltwater fish to eat?
I don't know.
You don't eat fish?
Nope.
Nope. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. So you're like Brian Atlas from whatever.
What? No, I'll wait. No, I just don't eat anything out of the sea, my guy. I like the vajayjay.
Eat all you want. You don't get fat.
All right. Hold on. Tiny, aren't you a mod? Can't you highlight this shit? Oh shit, you're not a mod? Fuck me.
You had to choose between sativa and indica for life. Which one and why?
Indica all day because myrcene and caryophyllene are actually really good terpenes as far as pain management and neural, nerve shit. But also
I'm just going by what Tiny wrote. I don't give a fuck.
Oh shit. There I was answering the question.
Either one just fucking puts me on a couch shaking, fucking, making me overthink everything, feeling like.
I think that's what's super frustrating from like the bud tender side when like people ask like, oh, what's gonna be good for me? And it's like, well, I don't know because your endocannabinoid system is different than mine. I mean, it's literally the thing that regulates.
You got a weed store credit card. You such a dick. Fuck you. I don't buy weed, Spartacus.
I don't either. I don't have to because I work in the place.
I got a bunch of it here in the house, and I don't even smoke it. People just fucking give it to me. They assume because I take freaking mushrooms once in a while, I must smoke weed.
I gotta ask. Alright. I'm doing this by myself, just so you know. I was doing this with help earlier. And Pseudo has been here the whole time. But Tiny and Spartacus, give me a good prompt and I'll put it in the thing. It's mind-blowing. I could have swore, Tiny, you were a mod on mine.
People are afraid to experiment with cannabis, and it's hilarious, but they'll drink any shot they're given at a bar. I don't go to bars. I don't think anybody's afraid to experiment with fucking weed anymore. just don't do anything for me.
Hold on. For Big John. Big John's a great friend of mine, by the way. People are afraid to experiment with cannabis and slurry, but they'll drink any shot they're given at a bar.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, I think the second half of that is kind of the problem, right? Because, like, people go to the bar and they're just taking shots and any drinks, and they don't give a shit because you're getting fucked up. I don't think people are afraid to experiment with cannabis, though. Because, like, the amount of old people, and I don't mean that in a bad way.
Most people I know that go to bars.
I actually think people are way more likely to experiment with cannabis than they are to drink.
Yeah, most people I know that go to bars also smoke cannabis. I don't go to bars to fucking rip off. If I go to a bar, I'm going to the bar because they got good hot wings and good craft beer on tap, and I'll go there for like 1 or 2 beers and I'll eat like a shit ton of wings, but that's about it.
I actually went to a bar today. But it was because a good friend of mine, it was this going away party and blah blah blah.
I'll be hitting the bar next week. No, the week after. So I'm going to South Beach, Miami.
Hold on, can we address with Tiny's thing right here? Jar Jar Binks, did you make Star Wars better or shit? I have my opinion. I'm waiting for yours.
My opinion?
Anybody's. Oh, yeah, it is just you and me.
Star Wars.
By the way, fuck, it's
I don't-
pinned in the shit.
I don't
Any of
fuck
you
with-
can come up.
I don't fuck with Star Wars.
All right. I mean, well, hold on. I'm going to answer that first. Jar Jar Binks made Star Wars way worse.
Do, 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 do.
We'll handle this.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one.
My favorite point. Dude, it makes me laugh every time where he's like, a very cool one. It's the best.
Oh, you know what I love about shrooms? I can drink
That
as
you're
much beer.
high as shit. I'm assuming.
I can drink as much beer
Oh,
as I
yeah.
want,
Yeah.
and I don't get a
That's
fucking hangover.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's because of speed. Mm-hmm.
Well,
This is for you, Tiny.
What are you about to do?
I'm about to roll up.
You rolling another one?
Yeah.
Oh. Why? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Oh. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Nigga, you about to cry?
No. I mean, I'm already high. How much higher are you trying to get?
This boy high.
Yeah, take me home.
Let's go.
It's the best.
Want me to tell you about my my hero dose experience with fungus?
Fungus Among Us.
It's pretty fucking scary. So it was after Biden stole the
Sleepy Biden.
stole the 2020 election, right? And Buddy and I were talking. He's like, "Well, how much?" I gave him a bunch of the PE strain I grew. He's like, "Man, I took fucking 4 grams of these, and I relived my birth." I was like, "Really?" He's like, "I experienced ego death." I was like, "I want ego death. I want to experience ego death." So I took 7.5 grams, and as soon as they kicked in, I was like, "Oh my god, I just made a big fucking mistake." So I had on the TV, it was all this politics shit. They were talking about, uh, you know, the Dems are gonna get arrested,
The
and,
Dems.
and that the Dems are gonna get arrested, and Trump's they've been counting the votes and all this shit. And the ballots were tracked by like blockchain and all this shit. And there was all these riots going on. And all of a sudden they fucking hit me. And I'm laying down in this recliner chair. Well, he's gonna stick with me for fucking ever.
Yeah,
And
and
it got
isn't it
so
weird when you're like, everybody's so dumb,
fucking
and
terrifying.
it's like
Okay,
none of this matters.
this shit
It
got
doesn't matter.
terrifying. It got terrifying. Okay. And I'm laying in a recliner chair, and I was like, "All right, I gotta forget about all this politics shit." I put on, this live Zeppelin DVD. It's like the best live concert they ever freaking did. I think it was fuck. It's definitely not The Song Remains the Same. I can't think of which one. It was like Robert Plant was like really young, and I was like getting into it for a little bit. And then fucking Jimmy Page goes into like real fucking creepy, dark fucking Dazed and Confused solo. And it was like really evil sounding. I couldn't watch. I couldn't keep my eyes open. And when I kept them closed, it was even more evil. And everything was like evil. And I closed my eyes and I'm like in the chair shaking. I was like, "Oh my god, this is fucking horrible." And I'm telling myself, like, "All right, it's just make believe. It's gonna be gone in a few hours. It's all good." And I closed my eyes and I seen this political. This is before January 6th, right? I seen this fucking political war. I seen, but it was black on one side, right? And all these colors on the other. And they were like intermingling with each other. It was like this war. And I started fucking freaking out. All of a sudden, I had to freaking go to the bathroom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't get up out of the chair. And I'm thinking, I can't move. What am I going to do? And then I started thinking, like, well, I just fucking deal with it tomorrow. And it was the first time I experienced ego death. And I was like, well, I'm just an animal, right? Like I'm no different than a
It is,
chimpanzee
yep.
with a
Mm-hmm.
better brain. and I'm fucking laying there, I'm shaking, and I'm trying to send a message. I'm telling my brain, tell your fucking body, tell your arms and your legs to get the fuck up, make it to the fucking bathroom. And I did. And I wound up fucking curled up on the freezing cold bathroom floor. And I was just laying there trembling. And it was fucking just the most horrifying experience. So I roll up a fucking joint thinking it would calm me down. I go outside and I light up a joint, and it just made me freak out even more.
Yep.
And the fucking trees, I look up at the trees, and the branches were like fucking demon arms and fingers coming down at me, like trying to attack me. And it was just it was horrifying. Horrifying. I freaking laid down in the bed under the covers. I tried every different kind of music there was. Um, I wound up freaking taking a bunch of kava pills and a Xanax, and I wound up like fighting through it. It seemed like it was like 7 days of like eternity, like just torment. Like I was trapped in fucking purgatory. It was absolute fucking hell, bro. I'm telling I'm telling you, it's the only way I can explain it. It was like the worst experience of my life. It was I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. And then I zoned out. I remember I made it back to my couch and I was laying down looking at the ceiling and I was like seeing all these colors and shit like moving around. All of a sudden I wake up and I was just about completely sober and like it was like 4 hours just like disappeared. And I'm thinking, I'm like, did I just get abducted by an alien ship and I lost track of time?
Hold
It was
hold on.
it
All
was
right,
terrible.
Pseudo. I kind of have to take over here. What
Go
the
ahead.
fuck are you talking about? 3 minutes, Spartacus. I mean, you can type it. You've been typing things this whole time.
Don't fuck around with shrooms. Don't tell people. People take shrooms lightly. People take shrooms lightly. You don't fuck with too many fucking PE or them ovoids that grow around the fucking riverbeds and shit. I'm
Oh
telling
shit.
you, the
Hold
worst.
on. Did you? Okay, I don't know how to do this, so Spartacus, you didn't need to do that. Fuck me. Did you really do that?
Huh? You talking to me or you talking to him?
Spartacus, because I know what PP
He wants
means.
me to put a freaking link so you can donate. Does he not see the PayPal thing going across the bottom of the screen?
No, I mean, I have the link there, but I mean, who gives a shit about me? I don't expect anybody to do it. I'm
Bro,
just
so
trying to
didn't
work
give
it
you
out.
fucking money. You take it, bro. The fuck?
Okay? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this shit out. And Spartacus, you definitely didn't have to do that if you did. But I should have been logged in so I could have fucking played you a motherfucking Mimi.
All right, well, I'll tell you what.
Well, I mean, I'm still here. I can talk.
I'm
I'm
getting
just.
tired at 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna be getting out of here in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, Suda, I super appreciate you hanging out. And like I actually really appreciate us like not being at each other's throats, even though I kind of went at you.
You take it too seriously, man. You take it too seriously.
No, that was exactly.
I wouldn't bust your balls if I didn't like you. If I didn't like you, I
I
wouldn't even fucking
appreciate that.
bother talking to you. But yeah, it's 6:03. So
Yeah, I don't even know how to look this shit up.
I'm gonna have to push back my fishing time till fucking 9:00. I'm gonna miss the
It
boat.
was fun though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I freaking happened to flip by at the perfect time. I seen you two talking about aliens and shit. I was like, all right, I gotta get in. I gotta get in on this shit. But it's been fun.
For sure, I don't know how to fucking figure that shit out, but it is where it is, and I'll figure it out at some point because I'm a retard. Thank you, Spartacus. Thank you, Tiny. Thank you, Pseudo. Thank Trailer Thrash. I mean, I'm gonna continue on because I'm a retard.
Well, Spartacus, join the panel because otherwise it's gonna be just him because I'm checking out. All right, Darth.
For sure.
I'll catch you on the next one. All right.
Indeed.
All right,
Definitely,
man.
Pseudo. We'll be
Have a good
figuring
one.
it out. Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, so, like, shit's happening in the chat. Does anybody got anything they want to do? Oh, I see what you're saying, Spartacus. Well, I can end this now. Do you guys want to talk in Discord? I mean, you guys are part of my Discord, right? Or am I just speaking into oblivion? I'm not opposed. Well, Tiny, you know my Discord server. I'm not opposed to like going on Discord and like being a little fun thing, and I have some OPs that I'd like fucking with. But I will end this. So we'll talk on Discord. Okay, bye.